All right, we have back to a game of Stellaris here. I don't know why there's no sound at all coming from this game. Oh, there is. There's just no music or ambient music, whatever. Usually it just keeps the. All right, well, rip music. We're gonna get her started here. I'll let the chance or let people come in if there's any people who have any particular questions. I'll let it run for maybe another minute since I restarted with a different name name of the stream, for instance. So if there's any questions or so, I don't want to just go right through too quickly without having this introduction to the game before you even start and how to deal with it or handle it or manipulate it. So I'm just gonna let it roll. In fact, I'm just gonna put this just in case if others are like, well, the stream start. It's all right, starting soon, a few minutes. I'll let it warm up a little bit in the minds of others who have no idea what the hell is going on. So just run another few minutes here. If there's any questions, now is the time to ask those freebies. If not, we'll get started with a full step-by-step of every particular ethic edict and whatnot that is out there that warps our minds of complete confusion of the game. Damn it. If there was music, it would be better, actually. It sucks that there's none. Sucks that there's none. Voice in English. Can I put in Spanish? It sucks. There's no music at all. It's fucking dead. It's dead. More or less lined up. Whatever. So as such, no music for the beginning, so we'll have to tough it out. What's going on with my stuff here? Really fast. Let's take a look. Here. Okay. We should shove this to 500 bitrate, but 400 will do for now, since it's somewhat buffering and who knows what the fuck's going on. Alright, so Stellaris, game that you just recently bought. I got Utopian. I got the Utopia expansion going with it, but this Utopia versus standard Stellaris will be different. So this is for people who have Utopian DLC. If not, the basic idea is the same, just a little bit more difficulty, so to speak. Some people I know find it more difficult with Unity. Others find it easier with Unity due to the fact that you have your own factions to deal with, and at the same time your Ascension perks, which we will get into later. But first, we will start this game. We'll start with the basic introduction of the game to see how you can start, what would your strengths be, what's the best approach to your game style, at the best of my ability. That's why this stream's here. So if there's any live questions based on that, you can just throw in a question right away and I can answer it ASAP for you guys. So, But before I start, there's one thing I wanted to say that I was trying to figure out was, um, yeah, you need to have the Utopian DLC, but it works the same way. It's the fact that this game, yeah, this thing I'm doing right now, the walkthrough, is not going to be a complete conquest walkthrough. It will be more of a step by step what you should do or what you can do. Not really what you should do because I don't order people around. People do what they want. But it's going to be a lot of back and forth. So it's going to be a lot of game starts, and after that, a game exit to kind of pick a different approach, see what research trees will be available at the start. Because as a militaristic faction, will always be different from, let's say, a spiritualist faction. And when I say faction, I mean because when you start initially, you start a game, for instance, you have all of these empires to choose from on the left hand side here. You can manipulate an empire at will at your disposal if you're comfortable with manipulating what you want. But for those who've just started, we're gonna just touch on the from the United Earth all the way down to the Borg commonality. Here, as soon as you see the wing symbol on the right hand side next to your empire, it's because you have created that specific empire. And also, depending on your game, if you have the game with the DLC, which is Utopia, you will have to manipulate, if you've created from the earlier Stellaris basic game, pretty much, to modify the empire according to Unity and stuff like that. So, for instance, here, as you can see, the Galactic Empire, he is not designed. Well, the Galactic Empire, first of all, is a mod empire. So, one, I would have to activate the mod. But two, say this guy was not a mod and he was something I created from the old DLC. It would tell you here it's not compatible with the DLC game. So, if I go here, for example, which was my starfish in the old Utopia, and the old Stellaris, my bad, it says here, current design contains errors. Features DLC must resolve before continuing. So you go there, and you see by government ethics, I'm missing an ethic. But I do have my ethics. I have my materialist and militaristic. So what is it that I'm missing? Civic points. So the game will force you to make choice of 2 civic points. And it's not a bad thing, because in the expansion, trust me, the civic points actually do help quite a bit, especially with the introduction of consumer goods, which you see right now, my mouse over it, which is environmentalist. And consumer goods will become more important in the game, especially if you're a militaristic faction, or even a faction that likes to conquer other planets and other species in the galaxy. It sucks that there's no music. Keep saying that all the time, but so this is the basic example. I would have to pick 2 of them. I still don't have the ability to use the thing, so it's normal. If ever you do see something like that and you're playing the game, just look back into the settings or edit it and manipulate it at will. However, the basic, let's say the basic empires that are here already predetermined in the game, those boys will automatically be fixed. They will all automatically be adjusted to the gameplay, the game style, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, here comes the more complicated part. Every empire has their own democratic or representative government. Whichever government it is, there's always a government. Whether you're hive-minded or you're just a regular empire. So we're going to take the United Earth as an example here, as the very first example. We have a xenophilic empire and egalitarian empire. To everybody, this is going to be completely, confusing, because just by the word itself, you know right away, okay, xenophile likes people, xenophobe hates people, egalitarian is everyone's equal, etc., etc. But let's go to the government ethics, for instance. Appearance is just pretty much customary. Species is the name you want to give it. Names list. This is just different names based on what kind of prefixes your ship you want to call your ships. So you can call them anything you really want, coming from the hive minded, which will always be cell or like drones or whatever, and others, which would be related to planes or birds or whatever. This first five sections here, just well, 4 out of 5 is just for fun. It's just pretty much you get to customize how you want your empire to look. Traits. Traits become a very, very particular thing. I've been asked several times what would the best traits be for me at the start of the game and during the game. Honestly, there is no specific um, there's no specific trait or traits that you can take that'll make you guarantee victory. There's none whatsoever. In fact, this is just to help you in your um, conquest of the galactic empire, whether through Federation victory, through conquest victory, or Dominion. So those are the three conquests, or not three conquests, but the three ideal. They're the only ways of winning the game, pretty much. So here we have the United Earth, or the people, automatically with a given amount of. They already have a specific way of living. So they decide to be highly adaptive, nomadic, and very wasteful. So if you look into this, you know just by reading this that they can habilitate in most of, if not all, planets. If given the certain research, they will be able to just colonize it with no problems. They can definitely spread quickly due to their nomadic trait, which is migration speed of 50%. So if, say, you took over a planet by colonizing it or conquering it, that depends either way, it works either way, that they will, if depending on your policies, which we'll get to later, the people will invade or get into that particular planet and start to populate there. So they are just in this kind of, from these traits, you know that there's can go any planet and can pretty much colonize rather quickly, since their migration speed is rather quick. Their repopulation cost quick, because you can see by their settlement cost also is cheaper. So instead of the basic 350 minerals to purchase a colony ship, which is needed to take a planet, the resettlement costs for that, instead of paying the full 350, you're only going to pay a quarter less of the price, which is really good for people who want to spread really fast at the beginning of the game. However, they're very wasteful. So mineral-wise, although it kind of counters them a little bit, unless you get a specific ascension perk. The ascension perk, pretty much, if you put points into colonization for private colony ship, which is underneath your prosperity tree, your prosperity will, if you put them underneath the private ship, it'll cost credits rather than minerals. Consumer goods are affected by your minerals. How much does your population waste as they grow and populate, as they start to strive in their empire? At the beginning, of course, consumer goods are rather low because you don't have a huge amount of populations to feed or to use. So you won't have such a huge impact at the beginning. But later on, during the game, once you start to colonize and start to spread open, different people have different opinions, different views, different ways of using things. So wasteful will actually hit you pretty hard late game. Not as bad as you'd think it would be. I seem to sound really rough with that, but she chose that, or the Empire itself had that as a specific trait, just as a sort of. Um, you always have, in order to have a positive, you always have to have a negative kind of thing. So they chose wasteful. You can choose anything you want other than wasteful. could be repugnant. You can hate other people, or you can make people not trust you as much. Right here, repugnant ruler opinion impact. So everyone hates the ruler that you're about to choose regardless. My minus 25. Those are just like points. Points are always scaled to 100, and it goes from negative 100, which is in red, which would cause unrest. As for plus 100, which is usually 0, they never go to plus 100 because plus 100 doesn't exist. But you will see that also in the planets in a bit. That's why I'm kind of holding back that kind of explanation because it's not necessarily true. It goes from red 100, which is the unrest part, where if it lasts too long, your own empire will start to rebel against you internally, unless you build enough defenses to kind of suppress it. And also the fact that the ruler impact has an impact on the ruler. If you look on the pop itself directly, they will show you their happiness scale, unless you're a hive mind, of course. Hive minds don't have happiness, so they don't care. But if you do, and if you are affected by happiness, then at that point, that happiness bar will be the ultimate thing that tells you, okay, what kind of unrest does he have? If the unrest is in the red zone, it automatically means that the pop itself is not going to be, first of all, optimally happy to do production. So the less happiness they have, the less production they make, according to the tile that they're on. So whether credits, Unity, whatever, anything that's on that tile block as a resource tile, their happiness are affected by how much they accumulate from that. Their happiness is independent to the production. And then you have other points here. So let's get back to the traits here, because the game is really, it connects from one end to the other, and it's really hard to just pick, okay, what's going on here? What do I need? So we know here she's very quick. She's going to be very expansive, pushes out a lot, but to make an army, she'll have trouble because wastefulness are connected and relied onto minerals, and ships require minerals to be built, not credits, with the exception of colony ships. Colony ships are the only thing, if you have a private colony ship, that require credits. So building an army will be quite difficult, but her expansion will be amazing. So that's the positive, negative slash to it. If we look here, you have other stuff you can choose. For instance, 15% more food as agrarian, thrifty 50% more credits, you got 15% more minerals as industrious, you got intelligent, which is plus 10% for all research pretty much. Natural engineers, physicists, sociologists, rapid breeders for quick breeding. You want to grow your pops quicker. Slow breeding if you want to slow down the pops, which is the negative counter effect. You got talented, which is leader skill levels plus 1. Now, here, some I never use it personally because at the beginning you're always going to survey a lot of systems, so you won't necessarily need to have um, the leadership at a higher rate. However, here's the positive and negative side to it. So because this is a negative trait, or at least a trait that reduces the trait point, skill level are determined by stars. You have a maximum of 5 stars and always a minimum of 1, never 0. You always have a 1 star with whatever leader you have. So if you have a leader that's a scientist, or a leader that's a governor, or a leader that's a admiral, general, whatever you name it, that's in that leaders tab, they're all affected by a skill level. So skill level plus 1 means you're giving that leader a plus 1 skill automatically with no holds barred. So you're guaranteed 2 stars. Every star, depending on what leader they are determined by the percentage uh, at which they can be most efficient. So, for instance, a scientist, if he has for every star he gets is a 2% faster research speed to a maximum of 10% because 5 stars. Leader skill levels. And as for general, every star gives him, I believe, 5% attack speed. Governor gives you -2 unrest. Clear block tile -2. Anything that has anything to do with the planet itself. For example, building costs and such, they cost cheaper. Clearing block tiles that are quite expensive, they cost cheaper because the usual block clearing is 100 by 100, 100 mins and 100 credits. But with a governor that's at level 5, they are guaranteed. I think you pay like 40% less. You can clear a tile for like 40 or 60 depending on the planet. But that's going to be shown later, exactly what they give and what they don't give. Quick learners, so leader experience gain, which I find really good, especially at the beginning of the game, if you want to get research done really freaking rapidly. I sometimes get quick learners because I just want the leaders I have, for example, scientists, to really get as much XP as they possibly can. And if you have a 50% guy who's, let's say, you have a leader experience gain by 25%. So this is for every leader, from governor to general. And you got 4 tabs of those. You got the governor, the scientist, the admiral, and the general. For leader experience, at 25% free for leader gain. But also, you may have some scientists that you'll grab that will have the the adaptable, I believe, trait, where they have an additional 25% experience. So you're talking about half the time that's needed for that particular scientist to hit level 5. Here's the downside to it, though. Yes, you'll be extremely quick. Yes, you'll be able to have a scientist at level 10, at 10% research speed, sorry. However, later in the game, I don't know, it's all chance here. Whenever the scientist goes on expedition or he gains experience, there is always that chance that as soon as he levels up to level from 1 to 5, if he levels up once, there's a chance he might gain a trait or a skill level. Sorry, a skill. And that skill will be represented, and I'll explain more about that later when we actually start doing a little game here to kind of show you what kind of skills they could potentially get. And we're gonna kind of forcefully exaggerate we're gonna create some empires here forcefully, just for the shits and giggles of it. But I'll be back in a second. apologize for the inconvenience, people. Usually, I'm the oldest one, so that's my only excuse. Got it? There you go. All right, so let's get back to our explanation that we were talking about. Phone. I'll be back in a second. All right, no more interruptions, please. No more. No more. No more. Okay, let's get back to this game. Explanation. This is a walkthrough, so if you guys are expecting a conquest victory or some kind of mod gameplay, again, this is not the stream you want to be looking at if that's the case, because we are going to be focusing on the specifics. So let me try to backtrack from where I was at. I was talking about the talented leader experience. Leader experience is very good. However, there's a downside to it. If at the very beginning you have quick learners and you have someone that's quite adaptable, so 50% increased research, you will have a very, very good scientist with a 10% research speed. However, the chances, the higher you get in levels, are very slim to get a specific skill. Skill work, as I was going to say, I'm going to show in the game actually, works in 3 different categories. You work from physics, society, and engineering. The choices you get from scientists at the beginning is usually 3, unless you have a specific trait that requires you or that gives you the option of a 4th leader choice from the leader pool. But other than that, the basic is 3. And the higher level you go, there's a smaller chance that you'll get another skill. And usually with people who are adaptive or who have a skill level already, if you're quick and you're able to get the research, or I mean his level up to level 5 and have another trait, then that's perfect. Because a trait that is directly related to a research that you're trying to complete, if they both had the exact same traits needed, you're guaranteed already 10% more speed. And for plus, in addition to the levels he has. So the max, if it's a single trait from, let's say, trait to trait. So let's say an industrialist, and you're researching something that has relations with industry. At that point, you have a 10% plus a 10% because he's level 5. That's the most you can have if the traits are similar. But there are other exceptions, which we will get to later. So here you have strong, you have very strong, and other traits here. So for instance, army damage 40%. Now army damage does not mean fleet and ground troops. Army damage is specifically ground troops only, not fleet. I made that mistake a long time ago, and that was the worst mistake ever. Because honestly, if you had 40% at the beginning of the game, you can literally take on anybody with that trait. And in fact, everybody would just go for very strong right away off the bat. But they added a new thing in the Utopian Legacy, that army damage used to be very strong, used to be just army damage, and I think more health. But that could be, I could be lying on that one. I'm not too sure. I don't remember what it used to be in particular. But now, unless it was minerals, but I never pay attention to it, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But now they added minerals. So you got from strong, which is 5%, to a max of 10% more minerals. And weaken, not weak, is the opposite. So, happiness is the best thing you want to get. In fact, you want to have optimally 100% happiness. You cannot go over that. But anything below 40% happiness will mean a flaw in your production queue, which means there is higher chances of unrest, there's chances of migration, then there's no production, and then you just have a complete broken empire. But 5%, I mean, it's just 5%. There's nothing better than communal for happiness at the moment. But then again, if you have habitability, which is, where is that thing here? Here you go, extremely adapt, 20%. So that actually affects some part of your happiness. If you're on the capital, if you're on the capital planet, you are guaranteed what we call habitability points. Habitatability points. So habitatability, let's say we go here, where's that thing here? The planets that he gets to choose. That's city appearance. Here we go. Naming class. Every planet will give you a guaranteed, if it's your core planet. So, for instance, I usually always use continental, but I, for fun, always use dry and frozen. But let's say we go with continental for now, for the sake of explanations. Continental would be your core planet. So you're guaranteed, if it's a capital, of course, you will have 100% happiness guaranteed. But if you decide to colonize other planets that are related continental, or that are continentally colonizable in your case, then you're guaranteed 80%, not 100, because it's not a capital, but it's your core habitat. If you are in the same section as the continental planet itself, tropical and oceanic, I believe this is ocean, sorry, ocean and tropical, whatever, they both give you 60%. So if you don't have continental, don't worry, you can always go on tropical. However, happiness is limited to the habitability of the planet. So your happiness here, if it's a core world, 100%. If it's a continental world that you've colonized other than your capital, it's 80%. If it's anything beyond that, whether it's ocean or tropical, 60%. If it's frozen, however, I believe frozen will be 40% each, and dry is 20%. Or I think it's actually 40% for dry climates, and frozen would be 20%. So almost not habitable at all on frozen planets. I'm not sure it's the reverse. We will check that out in the game actually directly. But one or the other, the habitability will, if it's below 40%, you will not, first of all, be able to colonize it. And second of all, you will not, if you did colonize it, or let's say you had an event that, for instance, a terraforming event where you colonized a planet that's continental, and the terraforming event said, hey, would you like to continue using the terraforming modules? There's a very small chance that planet will become either a barren world, or not a barren world, because barren worlds, it would completely knock out everybody. But it would usually go from either frozen or dry, mostly dry, like a desert, like a complete destructive world from continental. If it was Arctic, then it could be like everything could melt, so it would become like a continental planet or some such and such or whatever, depending on what the crisis, or it's not a crisis, but it could be bad if you fail the terraforming project. I've never been lucky that the project actually succeeded to actually maintain the planet. But if the planet fails, then you've pretty much terraformed the planet to something else instantly, and your population that cannot survive on a planet like that, or cannot habilitate onto that, will slowly move out. They will literally move out until the last colony ship, or there's no population at all, and the buildings will just remain, but the planet itself will be up for grabs again. I believe the planet actually just disappears, because if there's no pops on the planet just completely gets. It's as if you have to recolonize it again. Simple as that. This is just the general idea. So if you go back to traits here, extremely adaptable. So you could put extremely adaptive, which is 20%, So it means you can pretty much grab every goddamn planet. So here she can almost, if not all planets, but this is you're pretty much almost guaranteed. Except for Tomb Worlds. Tomb Worlds are a little bit different. They are guaranteed 20%, I think, habitat. But with 20% added to that, you have a 40% chance to get it. So you can pretty much just keep colonizing because 40% is the minimum needed to habilitate a planet. And we'll show that later in the game. Garrison health. Now, Stellaris has changed from its original game to its Utopian game, where before um, it was not really necessarily needed to bombard a planet. And I say not necessarily, quote unquote, because before the combat system or the AI, whenever you had a ground army of your own through a transport ship and you came to land on the planet, if his planet had low habitat or had a low planetary defense, you could practically just throw an army there and you could probably destroy everything. However, now they added that the army defense has actually 100% less damage taken from an attacking army. Your defensive army will be the army that you own or whoever you're attacking they own, and the transport fleet you need to drop onto them. If you drop onto them, you're the offensive, they are the defensive. So they have to actually wait for you to drop. The defensive, however, um, have now a. They always had it, but it was not efficient in a way that you could defend. But they also there was the other point of um, the fact that you can just planetary bombardment would actually give you war score points. Now they've removed that, but they've increased the defenses on the planet, like to the point where you need to bombard it if you have a weak army. Or say like an early game fight that you and some enemy have against each other, that you have no choice to bombard a planet because you can't afford a bigger army. And usually you start with the regular assault armies, which do an average of 0.6 to 1.2 damage. And if you don't bombard the planet that you're trying to invade with your armies during a war, you do 100% less damage. So you practically do absolutely nothing. You do 0 damage. In fact, you will do a guaranteed of 1 damage. There's no such thing as negative damage. And there's no such thing as 0 damage, actually. You will always do 1 damage, regardless of how well defended they are. However, you will only do that 1 damage, and you won't even shred their morality, because they actually have a strong uh, defensive unit. But if you bombard the planet to 0 planetary defense, at that point you do 100% more damage. So instead of the 0 to not 1 damage, you start doing 1 to 2 damage. 1 to 2 damage becomes a complete difference, because at that point the defensive army, they do the damage they do. They won't actually drop, but their defenses are open, and it's much easier for you to kill them, and so on and so forth. But that will be also later when the game actually gets started. So garrison health, however, is boosting the defensive army's health by 100%. Simply put, fortification defense bonus 50%. So fortification defense bonus means this is very, very, very particular, and I've only learned to use that quite recently. I've only had maybe 450, 500 hours into this game. But fortification defense. Do I still have smartness? My bad. Sorry. My bad. My bad. My bad. All right. Don't worry. Just it's okay. We're going through it. The resilient garrison health. It's double. Fortification defense point is whenever you build a defensive army. In your planetary section on the bottom left, if you click on the armies tab, there will be such a thing where it's going to tell you, okay, defensive armada maybe, or defensive unit that says here's the unit, and next to it, if you click on that directly, it'll add an extra tab that says how will you like to modify this defensive unit. And onto the defensive unit, obviously through research, you can either increase its health more, you can increase its damage, you can increase practically anything, and you can add a ground general as a defensive and not an offensive general. Why is Earth an Arctic world? Well, think about it. Earth's crust from the top and bottom, actually, if you want to go into specific detail, the sun hits directly towards the center, which is the equator. The equator is usually the hottest because it's the closest point to the sun. However, the top atmospheres, which are farther from the sun, don't have that much light ever around the world or around most of the time. But if the sun was able, if this, first of all, if the Earth was able to rotate and spin at the same time over itself, then at that point there wouldn't be any ice on the world, but then that planet would actually be really hot, or just generally very cold because there's always something happening with the sun. But related sun from Earth, Earth can't be an Arctic world, depending on how far it is from the sun. But other than that, let's move on. Decadent, happiness without slaves. This is when you're an authoritarian. Um, it'll hurt you. It'll hurt you. Because if you don't have any slaves on your planet, you will be unhappy, and then at that point, it just shreds your production. But if you're a hive mind, it doesn't really matter. If you're using the authoritarian, you really don't care. Happiness doesn't affect you. So this would be completely useless to like a hive mind. Here comes the more interesting parts. Fleeting, venerable leader lifespan. Now, I, for shits and giggles, made multiple games where I've used venerable as a point for my empire, and honestly, it's amazing because if you have a scientist that son of a gun, I'll be back. Man, can I stop getting calls? All right, let's go back. So venerable, 75 years. If you have a great goddamn leader or leaders, because this is affect every leader everywhere, including your governor or your main representative. Especially if you're playing like a psychic trait, those guys, unless he's immortal, there's always that one chosen one. But the rest, there are uh, there are those who are also very good. 75-year bonus is amazing. You are guaranteed that boy for 75 other years. However, if he is bad, you can always displace him, replace him with somebody else, get his research up, or get his learning up, and that's it. The only difference is Venerable costs 4 points. So you will have to else A, put some other stuff here, for example, Deviance, Governing Attractants minus 15%, etc., etc., just to be able to keep up with the Venerable point, because he's super long living, but you're going to get smashed in the end game for other points that you may lose. So, for instance, Governing Ethics Attraction, I thought it was not going to be very important, but eventually, when you play this game enough to learn how factions work, governing ethics attraction is actually the ultimate, if not the difference between gaining influence and happiness and losing efficiency and pretty much having a complete civil war within your empire. I don't put it personally because I don't need it as much and I don't lose it. I don't want to lose it any more than it already is, so I usually just leave it blank like that because eventually you'll get what we call the orbital mind control lasers, what we like to call, and those guys will attract automatically plus 50% or something like that. They are the ultimate governing mind controlling boys. Some people say, hey, is it worth it to build it? Because a long time ago, those things were to reduce. A long time ago. In the old Stellaris, factions work like this. Other than the factions we have now, they have a certain percentage. So you can make the certain faction 100% happy, but it's very, very difficult because you have to follow what they want. And if you do follow what they want, if they're too happy, the other factions will get upset. So it's very difficult to get everybody to 100%. But in the old factions, what it used to be is, hey, you conquered me, I don't like your stuff, so here's 150 people that don't like your shit. The only way to suppress it was to click on suppress faction, and you would lose, depending on how many people are revolting against you, a certain amount of influence. At this point, there is no such thing. The factions now work on the happiness as for one. So how many populations are there and how happy are they? If they need more happiness, you can generally build stuff on the planet that'll give them more happiness. So, for instance, the art monuments, the dragon monument, uh, not temples. Temples, I believe, will give governing attractions if you're a spiritualist, or if you're an egalitarian, you can put like free democracy for everybody, or citizenship, etc. But those are all many, many different ways of making your planet more happy. The more happy they are, if they hit 60% happiness, or 60% of the faction is happy, at that point you start to gain, based on how many populations, a percentage of influence. At that point, you can gain else a lot of influence because they're all pretty happy, or you can lose influence since they're not making any. And if you're building frontier outposts, or if you're making defensive packs out there, or if you're an underling because someone chose you to be their overlord, or they're going to be your overlord against you and you're starting to lose influence there, or you're humiliated, so people are less happy. At that point, production hits the fan and shit hits the fan and everything just crumbles. But that's the worst that could happen. But governing attraction is actually very, very important if you want the majority to be quite happy. Now, ethics attraction is generally to attract people to a certain faction. So whether it's militaristic, xenophobe, xenophile, there's actually 10 of them. If we go here to government and ethics, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them coming to ethics. Yeah, 8. So 8 ethics. So let's say you started out as a, like I have here, xenophile egalitarian with her, but eventually when you start to populate, you start to grow, you start to have migrations from other species that are coming to your colony, or that like to be integrated into your colony, or even through conquering, which is the best example, because usually when you conquer them, when you conquer a different empire, they guarantee you a different. It's guaranteed that they have a different ethic, and they'll form a faction. Or if you build a lot of mining stations, then you'll have a materialistic faction, guaranteed, because you have a lot of um, stuff related to um, creating more production, or just for the sake of actually getting some upkeep, some revenue. The materials will come in. Egalitarian, there's always going to be egalitarians to kind of, we want everybody to be happy and equal. Then you have synthetics, which is coming from a materialistic point of view, robot maintenance and whatnot. These are all examples, but sometimes you'll get 10 different factions. Sometimes you'll get up to 12 different factions. Factions can increase. However, they don't last forever, because usually if you have two militaristic factions, they will just plop together and form one giant ass faction as a representative. But these are all your ethics here, your ethics. And governing attraction means, say, for instance, the simple way of putting it, here we have an egalitarian, a fanatic egalitarian, and a xenophile. The opposite to a xenophile will always be a xenophobe, and the opposite to egalitarian will always be an authoritarian, and so on and so forth. Spiritualist to materialist, militarist to pacifist. If you want to make pacifists more happy, you would need to have more governing ethics attraction. You have to attract them to have more people so they can always have their free will or their own way of thinking to be more happy. To make them optimally happy, if you have militaristic to pacifist, would be impossible. It would have to be you choose one or the other. You cannot have 100% military happy and you cannot have 100% pacifist happy. Unless, like I said, you like either have a planet modifier that gives you more happiness that have militarists on it, and then you start building happiness pleasure domes and whatnot to make them more at peace so they don't rebel against you. But this stuff is, if you want to pick a specific ethic and you want them both to be 100%, it's impossible. It's either one or the other. It won't change anything. The only thing that doesn't really affect the ethics at all is your hive-minded. Hive-minded will say, screw everything. We don't care how happy you are. We don't care what faction you get. We don't need happiness. We don't care for happiness. We just have one leader only. That's where you like to. That would be the place you would like to play it, because you don't have to worry about no factions. You don't have no happiness. However, your production will be stale. There is no up and down in production because there's no happiness modifiers at all. You actually prevent fluctuation. If you play hive-minded, you actually have no fluctuation in either credits, food, unity, or influence at all. It's zilch. But here, monthly influence +1 and monthly unity +20%. They'll give you +1 at the start because if there was no monthly influence modifier added to your hive-minded people, it would be rather hard to get leaders. Although look, the growth speed is 25%, ability +10% already. You're guaranteed that stuff just by that hive-minded, but it costs 3 ethics points. There is a very high chance that you will not be able to do many things. So, for instance, most hive-mind authority can use the full orbital bombardment policy. Hive-minded pops are not affected by happiness and will not join factions. Hive-minded pops cannot survive in non-hive mind empires. That's the big word right there, or actually the best explained example of faction is right there. Pops are not affected by happiness, but let's say they are affected by happiness and will join factions that can survive the empire. So if you conquered somebody else and they had their own idea and they're very strict on that, if you have governing attraction, you actually ease the faction and you actually, in the end, make them more happy. Not instantly, but you will actually satiate their appetite for whatever desire they had. Next is non-hive mind pops cannot survive in hive mind empires. So non-hive minds, if let's say I were to conquer a planet as a hive mind, if I do not resettle one of my pops onto that planet, because my pops are not affected by happiness, then the planet will die off. You will kill them and you will destroy them. However, you have to regrow your entire population on the planet. That's why they gave you 25% additional growth speed. Because if that was the case, hive mind would suck, and the growth at which you have to repopulate planets again will take time. And it would be consuming. It would be long, and at that point, you could actually get hit by a war by somebody else that thinks they're superior over you, or if they are superior, they definitely will go to war, and you will have a rough time. Must use AI outlawed policy. AI outlawed policy is the robots. We don't want no robots. They don't want no robots in there. Cannot follow psionic or synergetic ascension paths. So psionic is the spiritualist faction, and synthetic is the materialistic faction. So they do not have either or, which means they don't have those special things that the psionics can have, or even the synthetic robots have. They completely disable that. But can genetically modify species to become hive-minded if biological ascension path is completed. So, biological ascension path. I've never done it personally. If I did, fuck, I don't know. I have never done it. But this is in your ascension path, which is like a special research only dedicated to hive mind, just as the materialistic have the synthetic ascension, and the spiritualists have the um, psionic ascension. And I've been doing my last few games, actually, the psionic traits. If you want to look at that, you can always look at the VOD. I've played the game extremely a lot on spiritualists because I want to know how the end game crisis, according to spiritualists, would be. And I never really did synthetics. I'm not a robot boy. Many people want me to do robots. I might do it actually soon to try and get the you know, special research whatnot according to the robot or materialistic faction. So these are your things. Now you have the authorities. You have democratic authority, oligarchic authority, dictatorial authority, imperial authority, and the hive mind. Hive mind will be hive mind uniquely. There is no other way of seeing it. Hive mind will always remain hive mind. So I'll say if I click hive mind will remain hive mind at all times. You cannot change it ever. You are stuck with it forever. You cannot even reform your entire populace to become something other than hive mind. So, let's go back to what she had here. There you go, xenophile on that. Okay. So, because he is egalitarian and xenophile, you can't become oligarchic because you're a fanatic egalitarian. You cannot be a dictatorial because you're a fanatic egalitarian. And you cannot be an imperial because you're fanatic egalitarian. However, you can have more than one trait, one ethic. So, for instance, I have a xenophile. I can bring down my egalitarian, and I can pick materialist. However, if you're a xenophile, you cannot pick a xenophobe. It's just common sense. You cannot have both. It's one or the other. Same way with factions. You cannot force both factions to be 100% happy if one will hate the other idea. So if one trusts people, you cannot expect people to hate people to trust people, and so on and so forth. Egalitarian, same with authoritarian. You cannot have both. Spiritualist, materialist. But you can have three different traits as long as they are not exactly opposite from another. So egalitarian to authoritarian, etc. Let's go put them back to normal. Here we go. So say if I had materialist, egalitarian, and xenophile, now I can become oligarchic. But I still cannot be dictatorial because I have the egalitarian ethic, and I cannot be an imperial because I have an egalitarian. That's why when you're militaristic, suddenly you can have all. Military, you will always be able to have a dictatorial or an imperial. Dictatorial is usually an authoritarian government, and imperial is a militaristic government. But you can still have an authoritarian here. Let's say I have a xenophobe here. See, you cannot have democratic because they don't believe everybody can be even. But you can be oligarchic, which is the higher class rule. Dictatorial, which means ruler on death, which is pretty straightforward. And then you have imperial, which is to fight, to destroy. So here, settlement cost slaves, stuff like that. Let's put that back to normal. This is generally the tree that works with whatever you want. Of course, xenophobe purging will be enabled. You can purge if you're a xenophobe. But there's also the other point I was going to make later. When you're playing Stellaris, as long as you don't have a fanatic egalitarian or fanatic in any point in the section, you can embrace a specific ethic. When you embrace the ethic, your general population will shift towards the ethic you've chosen. So for instance, I have a fanatic egalitarian now, so in the entire game I will not be able to remove egalitarian whatsoever. I am stuck with it. However, if I'm able to say during the game, that's why I'm kind of like pulling back a little bit. It is possible to pull it out, but it's going to be very long and a needy process. If I wanted to become a fanatic militarist, at that point I would have to follow everything the militarist faction wants me to do. So either go to rival people, either I hate people, either I work alone because militaristic doesn't like to be in a federation, and such and such. If I hit 20% of the population to be militaristic, at that point I can embrace the militaristic ethic by the cost of influence. At that point, I would be able to remove egalitarian, or at least whatever trait there was that I was involved in, and it will become a militaristic empire. At that point, I can reform my government, and I would have no choice but to change my civic points. Because as you can see here, for example, Philosopher King has dictatorial and imperial authority. I cannot get this unless I have dictatorial or imperial from one of these authorities. But there's also other exceptions. So, for instance, naval capacity, which is a militaristic requirement. With 15% naval capacity, I need to be in some degree militaristic. I can be fanatic or whatever, it doesn't matter. But I cannot be a fanatic xenophile, and I have to have some sort of democratic or oligarchic authority. At this point, I am democratic, but I do not have the militaristic faction. If I were to put militaristic faction of some sort, now I will have the ability to make, where's that thing now? Where are you? It's not police state. Where are you? Citizen service? Yeah, citizen service. There it is. So I can use citizen service because now I'm using the requirements necessary for me to do things. Now I've did the mistake many times when I'm creating. I'm like, well, why can't I click these? Or if I'm like a xenophobe or fanatic xenophobe, but I'm like, oh, but I want 3 of them. Make sure you're not in the queue of using that at all. So just keep in mind of that. Everything, civics are actually quite helpful. They can actually stack to help you a little bit with your traits. So, for instance, when we went back to traits here, we saw a perfect example would be, where's that? Conformist? No, it was communal. Here we go. Communal is 5% happiness. But with my civic point, I can put idealistic foundation. So right there, I'm guaranteed 10% happiness, pop happiness. Citizen pop, everybody. But this is citizen pop happiness, 5%. The other one is 5% everybody happy. But leaders don't matter because the leader you'll always use. But generally 10% guaranteed happiness regardless of what you're using. Beacon of Liberty. The Beacon of Liberty is a monthly unity of 50%, which if you want to get the Ascension perks as quickly as possible, this is actually a really good thing to use. However, it's a very egalitarian thing. So if you want Beacon of Liberty and you want Unity, you would have to get the egalitarian traits. But like I said, this is to be played around with step by step of what you want as a empire. Now, before I start the game, here's just more like what's your fancy, except for your FTL methods. Now, FTL methods, for instance, warp travel for beginners, you can jump pretty far with these guys. However, once you jump and you enter a system, there is a cooldown or a wind down time depending on the size of your fleet. So the bigger your fleet is, the longer the wind down time. And you can count on, if you have a 300k fleet, that the wind down time will be an average of 120 days before you can jump out again. But it's an instant warp jump. So as soon as you get to the edge of the solar system and you want to jump to another solar system, you will instantly jump. However, you will have a cooldown. You will not be able to do anything unless, of course, you jump into a military station and you're forced to attack, you will attack, but you will not be able to move once you're done attacking, unless you attacked for the 100-some days, then you can move freely again. Hyperspace is a little different. If you get to the edge of the solar system, it'll take some time to jump, and when you jump, you'll have like a, depending on the distance of the hyperlane, you will see your ships fly through it, and when you arrive at the other point of destination, you will also have to have a small window of cooling down. Wormhole is something similar of warp travel. In the essence, is the complete opposite to warp travel. Warp travel, you will get to your warp gate that you have to build all the time, which costs you money. Minerals, I mean, not credits. I think it's something in the vicinity of 200 minerals per wormhole, or 100 minerals. I'm not sure. That's speculation. But once you get to the wormhole, you will must always come back at the same wormhole. Unless you keep building wormholes everywhere, then you can kind of move like a hyperlane. However, if you enter or you come close to your wormhole station, or whatever edge of the galaxy, if there's a wormhole station built, it'll take time before you can jump. But once you jump, you will arrive directly to the other side without a wind down time. However, it takes wind time to actually enter the wormhole, to open the other side and jump to where you want to go. The downside to this is, if someone destroys a wormhole so you can't jump further, you will be stuck until you build another wormhole. That's literally what it is, a wormhole traveler, or a generator to generate the wormhole to jump. Yeah, the other question was starting weapons. What's the best starting weapon? How should I, build my stuff accordingly? I don't know this game. I don't know what I'm doing, etc., etc., etc. Ultimately, this is the gist of it. Projectile weapons are able to pierce through shields and armor. However, they don't have a high penetration rate. They will just do flat. They will do some penetration, but not that much. They will still damage it. Energy weapons, very weak against shields, but very powerful versus armor. So if the person doesn't have any shielding and you manage to hit their armor, you'll actually ignore 60 to 80% of their armor hull. So if you ignore 60 to 80%, you're automatically doing 60 to 80% of his HP and damage. Projectile weapons will do not as much as 60 to 80%. They'll do like 20% to 30% for both shielding and armor and hull. But you'll be able to do you'll still be able to do significant damage to both instead of just one fix. Energy weapons is very fixed on armor. Projectile is all around everything. Missile is very, very good in damaging shields, usually shield-based damage. And we're talking somewhere in the vicinity of 100 to 200% shield damage. People ask, which should I use? What's the best one? Well, I usually say energy weapons. Because energy weapons, you want to get through that hull. Shields, you won't do much damage to shield, but if you can damage his hull to get to his life, it's at that point more effective. But missiles are great as well, however, they can be easily countered by point defense systems. And projectiles can swarm point defense systems because you can't hit them. No, actually, missiles can swarm them, but missiles can be shot down by point defense. Projectiles is a direct hit, just like lasers, but they do all-around damage. They do 20 to 33% overall damage to everything, projectiles. But this is something you could play around with. It's not strictly saying, hey, go at energy weapons because they're the best. In fact, they're not. They're not the best. They're just better in penetrating enemy armor. See, largely ignoring bulk of enemy armor, space missile armed with nuclear warheads. Missiles are excellent range, but they're vulnerable to interception. And then you have mass drivers, electromagnetic catapults, accelerate projectiles towards targets at blind speeds, while somewhat limited in range to kinetic energy and high rate of fire, shoot through shields with ease. Slightly true, but they do less damage than missiles, for instance. Missiles actually do way more damage. You'll see in the game when you play it. You'll see when you get torpedoes and explosive damage that there is some ignoring of armor with missiles, but the shields get hit hard. Now we can look at every single civic here before we start the game. Meritocracy, which is leader skill and a leader pool. So you get to choose one more leader right off the bat. And they also have one more level. So they're guaranteed level 2. And you get to choose one more, which is great. Environmentalist, consumer goods minus 20%. You typically, I don't want to say you get 20% more minerals, but based on the population, you will gain 20% more based on how much less wasteful they're using their stuff. So, low populations, you'll get 20% more, but if you just start the game, it's not going to be that huge a difference. But when you start colonizing people, at that point, you'll see the 20% will be needed because you're going to hit populations in the 700s, if not thousands. Like people say, it's a billions. One pop represents a billion people, and so on and so forth. After that, you have Free Haven, Migration Attraction, which means if you are a civilization that loves to move around within itself, then Migration Attraction will pull people to where they see themselves best fit. So, for example, militarists will go onto a militaristic planet, since most of the population are militaristic. And at that point, you can add, let's say, a happiness to supply or to suppress the unrest that the militaristic factions can have if you're, let's say, egalitarian or a pacifist, for instance. Next is monthly influence. That's your, you know what that is. Election influence costs minus 50%. Now, when you have an election in an egalitarian or even in an oligarchic every few years, you get to choose what person you would like to represent your government. And what he does is he has an empire modifier, not necessarily like a scientist modifier, where the modifiers are, for instance, like I was talking about, their skills, which was industrial scientists. They have empire modifiers, governors. So governors have the ability to either make, the general population can make 10% more credits, or 10% more minerals, or 5% more happiness because he's a champion, or whatever, etc. That we'll see later. But election influence costs, you have to pay influence in order to have a specific governor to run your empire. 50% less is usually you pay 200, but in this case you'll pay just 800 influence, and that'll be it. Empire mineral production, many people say put mining guilds, and trust me, mining guilds is probably going to be the one of the many things you'll want to have. Because 10% more mineral production is great. But, like I said, you're not guaranteed to do it. Faction influence gain. So, factions, after certain research, the max you can get, I believe, is 3 influence per foundation, or for faction. But here, you can nearly double that. You can get 50% more, or like half of the maximum that he can acquire. So instead of 3, you can get 4, so to speak. Next is core sector systems. Now, this one many people do get because they don't know how sectors work. I will get to sectors later in the game, but the more core sectors you have, the less you need to build sectors. Sectors are run by governors that you elect for leaders, but at the same time, you can control the planet and you don't have to tax them 75%. You get the full income. Next is building cost minus 15%. You know what that is. Building cost is not, however, the mining stations or research stations that you build on the solar system, which I will show later. Functional architecture building cost is the planetary buildings that you build. So you got multiple of them, but the basic ones are your power plants, your mineral mining networks, your basic science labs. Those are your basic buildings. The rest are bonuses, after research, of course. Syncretic evolution. So a second species forms an integral part of the society. They're big, strong, and most of them are intelligent, particularly dim-witted children. Ancient wars have culled their species of their most aggressive tendencies, leaving them quite servile. Start the game with 4 pops, being another subservient species. Does not have a mechanist government and does not have fanatical purifier government. Fanatical purifiers are those that everybody hates, but your borders are huge and your borders are bigger. You can spread better. Your damage actually is increased by 10%. Civic, eh? We don't have a fanatic purifier, but if we were to put a fanatical purifier here, let's put the authoritarian and a xenophobe here. I think that's what is needed. Has fanatic xenophobes. Sorry, my bad. Has militaristic as well. Okay. Sorry. Okay. That's kind of dumb because it's true. They do much damage. Here you go. Fanatical purifiers. This society appears hell-bent on scouring the galaxy of all sentient life. Come what may, they will suffer no equals to live. So as you saw the other one which was not mechanist, but syncretic evolution, you got more pops, but on your planet you will have multiple different species, which is great for egalitarian, because then you can kind of, let them grow somewhere else on a different planet through a, let's say, science log or a situation log. And then they're like, oh, we're growing now, so we can become your vassal, and so on and so forth, which actually will please the militaristic faction because they like when they're the overlord of a specific group, which is a guarantee. I think it's a plus 10% happiness for that faction if you're militaristic, if you have a vassal under you. But that's just, I could be lying on that one. Could be less, but I think it's 10%. So here, let's go to fanatic purifiers. Cannot engage in diplomacy with other species. So you're strictly not able to group up. As a hive mind, you can. You can form a federation. But as a fanatic purifier, your job is to clean every son of a bitch you see. You cannot engage in diplomacy with others. You cannot be friendly with anybody else. Can only use seed planet and cleanse planet war demands. So you can only seed it or cleanse. You cannot liberate. Liberation does not exist. Liberation, which means what means liberation from seeding planets? If you seed a planet, it will become part of your empire, but there will be a lot of unrest. If you liberate a planet, they'll actually be loyal to you because you liberate them from the clutches of the empire, and they're, if you can catch them, make them your vassal. Depending on your size, depending on your empire population, but most of the time you can definitely demand vassalization and be done with it. But you gotta beat them. You gotta beat everybody else to the punch, because if you liberate, they're their own mini empire again, depending on how big you ask your war demands to be. But that's the idea. Xenopops will always be purged and have no effect on tradition cost. So tradition cost, so Xenopops here will always be purged. You'll be always purging pops. You'll be clearing them out like it's nothing. And tradition costs don't cost nothing. Tradition costs is whenever you want to put a point into a specific branch of your ascension perk. And when you complete this certain section, those are your traditions. The tradition, however, this says it doesn't affect the cost at all, so you're good on that. Gains unity from purging Xenopops. So if you purge any population, you gain unity for it. May use Armageddon Bombardment Stance. Armageddon Bombardment Stance. I've never used that shit in my life, but I'm pretty sure it's something better than full orbital bombardment, which is pretty much a heavy militaristic thing. But from what I see here, fire rate increased by 32%. Now, fire rate, this is for your ships. Really good. 33%. You hit much faster. Army damage increased by 33%. So you don't need that much of an army to actually go in there because you will smash them hard. And then the tradition cost from Xenoslaves minus 100%. So tradition costs you pretty much have it free to have slaves in your empire. He's fanatical xenophobe. One must choose militarist or has a spiritualist. So I can be a spiritualistic fucking fanatical purifier. Holy shit. If you're a militarist right now off the bat, you're guaranteed a plus 10% fire rate. So if you're a militaristic faction and fanatic purifier, you'll hit mother crazy fast. But does that have syncretic evolution? So syncretic evolution is not there because they don't allow other populations to survive. So I believe I went through everything here. Any questions, just leave a comment or ask it now since I am live streaming this. But like I said, there are many of them. Let's go through all of them actually. So you have meritocracy, citizenship, police state unrest. This is for police state. Pretty much what happens is if a planet is unhappy, and I gotta go upstairs actually, so I'll be back in a minute. But if a planet or a specific section that you have there is unhappy, they're guaranteed to suppress 20. They're guaranteed minus 20 of unrest suppression. Hello. Hive mind. What do you mean by hive mind? I just came back really fast to check on something. You said hive mind. Yes, there is a hive mind. I just explained what it was. But if there's something particularly don't know about it, if you don't know about it at all, I can re-explain it. It's not a problem at all. But I just found the fanatic purifier, so I'm just going to go through that. Oh, actually, I went through that already, so I'm just going through the civics one more time. And if you want to explain what the hive mind is, I can always do that as well. So yeah, police state. Police state, which is minus 20, which I've said earlier is based on your population. Environmentalist, you know what that is, I already mentioned that. Army damage, obviously what it is, war culture. Only hive mind, I will explain that. Alright, just give me a few minutes here. Distinguished abnormality, fire rate, so faster shots with your ships. Cutthroat politics, so more influence. Shadow council, I already mentioned that. Election costs, mining guilds, mining efficiency of core. Nationalistic zeal, which means it's if you just want your borders and you're a xenophobe and you hate people. That's the best. So you have functional architecture as well for building. Aristocratic elite. The government recruitment cost is 50% cheaper, so only government recruitment cost. So for governors, it's cheaper by 50%, but the empire leader capacity is plus 4. So you have more leaders to pick throughout the empire, but the governor is cheaper to get. Start the game with 4 pops, which is syncretic we know, and we just meant through the purifier. Next is edict cost minus 33%. Now, this works for both. The edict cost for the imperial cult does not only mean your policies and edicts, but as well as your planet modifier edict. So if you click on the planet, you have, if you see the person on the bottom left, or if it tells you please choose a governor, right next to that, it gives you a list of what bonuses is on that planet at the moment. If you go underneath that, it will tell you choose edict or assign edict, and it will give you a list of things. Of course, if you did the specific research. Could give you more food production for 10 years, could give you such and such, whatever. 33% more cheaper. Doesn't only affect policies and edicts. Exalted priesthood, governing ethics attraction, we know what that is. I explained a lot about it earlier, that this is to generally make all the factions more happy, more equal, but not necessarily egalitarian. Philosopher King, ruler skill levels +2, so the ruler gets +2 skill levels and not everybody. Technocracy, the ruler is whatever is representing your colony or your empire. Technocracy, research alternatives +1. So if, for instance, you have, whenever you do research, you, for the base of things, always have 3. Research alternatives +1 means you got 4 instead of 3, which is good, but it's actually really good, especially if you're trying to look for, let's say, terraforming or whatever, then that shit becomes really important. Slaver guilds. So slaver guilds, if you have slavery or if you're a person who loves slavery, they will make, or they will actually produce 10% more of whatever you're putting them onto a specific resource tile. With mineral output, well, mostly mineral and food output, not everything, but just food and minerals, as you see there. Next is inward perfection, monthly unity 30%, so obviously 30% more unity. Free haven, migration attraction, we know what that was. Corporate dominion, empire energy generation, 10%. So 10% more credits. Farms also produce 1 unity. So farms is the hydroponic farms. They give you 1 extra unity, which is, just to boost even faster to get your traditions out faster. Next one's faction influence 50%, which we know what it is. And mechanist, which is for the robotic population, where you start 4 pops being robots, and with the technology to build more, robot maintenance costs reduced by 5%. So the robots will need less to maintain. And what Henry told me when we were playing earlier, it requires credits to maintain those guys, so energy, and it will cost 5% cheaper. Now I had the question here, hive mind. What is the hive mind? Let's go on the hive mind really fast. So hive mind, we'll completely start with different civics. Hive-minded are not affected at all with happiness or factions. So you will not have unrest. You will not have more happiness for the nationalistic or let's say here idealistic foundations, or even whatever that requires people to be more happy or more influential. Hive mind is very, very dull when it comes to happiness. They just want one specific thing and one thing only. So we got natural neural network, which means research alternative. Obviously, we know what the other one was as well. Consumer goods, minus 20%. So if they're wasteful or not. One mind, so unity, know what that is. Core sectors +2, strength of legions, so that's your armies. Then you got monthly influence, subdued will, pooled knowledge, so more leaders. And then you have devouring swarm. Cannot engage in diplomacy. Now, you can have a very nice hive mind and ignore devouring swarm, or you can have a very, very fanatic purifier kind of empire, which means completely destroying every son of a bitch you see. Literally clean them up. So as you can see here, the devouring swarm cannot engage in diplomacy with other species. So if someone were to collect or to commit into becoming a devouring swarm, the necessity to become a federation with somebody would be impossible. You cannot form a federation. You cannot even become allies with anybody. You will purify them. Next, xenopops will always be eaten and have no effect on tradition costs. So, if you were to colonize a planet because you conquered them, and this is where I didn't really make my point really clear, is you're going to war, you win the war. You completely destroy who you fought against, and you won, let's say, the 3 planets. Or 1 planet, let's say 1 planet, to be even simpler. You win that one planet, but as a hive mind, they don't believe in factions. So to prevent the game from forcing you to have a faction for a certain amount of time, you eat them. You legitimately eat them. They die off. They are gone. They don't exist. They are finished. However, I try Fnatic and Stellaris or always lose to Federations. Yep, but there are bonuses and stuff to that, so it's alright. But anyways, if you eat them, or they're dying off, you must always resettle one of your pops that is which is either Fnatic Purifier or a hive-minded devouring swarm, must repopulate on the planets you just lost. If you do not do that, if the last pop dies on that planet, then you lose the planet completely. It ends up being a planet that can be resettled once again. The only exception are the Unbidden and the Scourge, or other endgame crises that affect destroying the planet into a barren world. The good news about the Unbidden is that they just bombard it and you just move out and that's the end of it. But all things considering, you still can actually re-terraform and get them back again. But the hive mind, you have to repopulate your population. If you don't do it, like I said, you lose the planet, period. I never done it. I keep forgetting about it, and then I lose the whole border. I'm like, shit. So you just have to resettle one of them. It doesn't have to be on the planetary capital or your the place where you start the colonization. I forgot how you call it, the colony vessel that they used to colonize planets, but all in all, that's what it is. You got to resettle that. But since the whole population dies off, right? If the whole population dies off, the buildings still remain. But you have nobody producing, say, a few buildings have what we call the Unity shrines or whatever. You don't lose the Unity at all. You just have to repopulate again. And once you repopulate again, you get back to, expanding and pushing forward. But as a hive mind, your actual generation rate or your pop growth is rather quick also. So that's one thing to look about it, because if everyone dies off, you're actually losing your production, and then you're behind a little bit, and then people come and fight you, and then you got to repopulate, or you have to like defend yourself. It gets hard. That's where the game starts to kind of change a little bit. That's why I'm gonna play a game to kind of show how to smoothly transition. This is not, however, a walkthrough of finishing a game completely. It is not possible. And I've tried doing a speed run. The fastest I could do it was in 14 hours. Actually, I could have done it in 8, but the the Scourge came in and I had to kill them. So that's that. But let's continue further on. Gains society research from eating xenopops. So the difference between Fnatic purifiers, they have. Let's go back to this Fnatic purifier here. Hey, there you go. Let's go to Fnatic purifier here. They give you fire increase, army damage increase, and tradition cost is 0. But gains unity based on purge. As for the hive-minded, they get society research based on eating. So if they can eat all the population, you get a shit ton of society research really fast. And in the society research, you have those biolabs, and in those biolabs, you have the ability to get either more core systems, more leaders, more lifespan, actually, growth speed as well, etc., etc. But biology is actually really good, especially for the hive mind. You really want to focus biology a little bit more than you would physics or engineering, because you're guaranteed already here, right there, ship hull points 10% without even having to find a resource, a strategic resource. Monthly hull regeneration increased by 0.5%. Instead of the base of 2%, you have 2.5. Army damage increased by 40%. Instead of the regular, most you can have in a military faction would be 20. Along with other traits and exceptions, of course, but that's the most you can get. Research speed biology increased by 20%. So you can biologically pump research crazy fast. So at the beginning, you'll pretty much finish population growth by 10% really quickly. You can get, I think regenerative hull, you would have to research, but that is usually found in the biology tree. That gets done really quickly. Upgrading your buildings related to Unity is done through the societies tree, which can be done extremely quickly. And at that point, you can actually get, if you focus a little bit on Unity, not too much, because if you put too much points into Unity or too many buildings in Unity, you actually lose production, and at that point, you're not efficient, and someone can go to war with you, because obviously you're a purifier at heart. A swarm purifier doesn't matter, your idea is to kick everyone's butt. So, that's that, and those are the bonuses for the hive mind itself. There are many other things related to the hive mind, but they give you a base bonus of monthly influence, monthly unity, habitability, and growth speed. They have to give you growth speed. If hive mind didn't have any growth speed or any habitatability, sorry, at that point it would be very hard. In fact, you put yourself in a corner faster than actually be able to win, because the growth speed would be just too unbearable. You would not be able to grow fast enough to be able to go to war again and be able to be at the full, at your full optimal resource collection revenue than you would other empires that don't have to do anything. They just resettle, they grow, and if you conquer something, well, they're gonna give me stuff anyways. They're just under my rule. In this case, you gotta regrow again. But you're not affected by happiness for squat. So you're guaranteed your revenue without fluctuation. And those are all your bonuses. Is there something else in particular you don't know about HiveMind, or should I make a comparison between an empire and a HiveMind? Because I'll be doing that later to explain the differences between the two. Many people ask people, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry, you play the game, you'll know, you'll see." Just read the stats. That's all the bonuses you'll get. Because if I were to put Fnatic, let's say, look, I put a Fnatic Egalitarian in this, I don't have anything really much of a bonus. I just have 20% unity, 2 core systems more, and faction influence 30% more, and gain consumer goods minus 20%. So I pay 20% less. But here they just give you everything at once, because you cannot have anything other than hive mind. You cannot have more than what you bargained for. The only difference with the Fnatic Purifier and the hive mind is that you have to have Fanatical Xenophobe if you want to be a Fnatic Purifier, but you can choose between militaristic or spiritualist. Now, I would say, if it was me personally, I'd be more scared of a spiritualist Fnatic Purifier than a militaristic Purifier. Let's explain that point. As a militarist, you are guaranteed a fire rate of 10%. You cannot go Fnatic. And we're talking Fanatical Purifiers here. You cannot get more fire rate than 10%. On the other hand, if you are a spiritualist, you don't see no attack speed there. There's no damage. You think, he's a spiritualist freak, doesn't know anything, and he's a purifier. Easy takeout. Guess what? Early game, you're a piece of shit. I admit, you will do some damage. You will do some sort of damage. You will be quite effective because your fire rate is quick, and your army damage is pretty strong. And you get unity based on how many guys you decide to eat upon or knock them out, since you're purging all the you're killing everything. Here's the thing. Early game, you'll get 10% more damage. So let's say 43% theoretically. But that's as much as you can get through military damage. Unless, you get the other upgrades, your repeatables come in, your stuff starts to pile up, but it's not That's the optimal you can get. That's you have to wait late game for good stuff to happen, but at a certain limit. As for a spiritualist, though, if you enter or gain a psionic, which here they say you cannot, does not have syncretic evolution, you can make your species psionic. If they are psionic, however, there are endgame crises or the ability to speak to the shroud, and you'll get 25% more attack speed if you get the boon for it. And if you get the boon for it, not only will you hit 33% faster, you'll hit 25% more faster. So you can literally double your attack speed. And for arc emitters or jiggy cannons or Taishan lances, that is quite lethal. It's actually so scary that if you are big enough and strong enough, you will just be an utter domination. You will not die as quickly. The only downside to it is you can't form diplomacies with anybody else. Everybody hates you and you hate them. So you have to be the boy or girl who's going to have to push super hard. You would have to push so fast. You have to expand super fast early game. And if you expand well enough into that game, and honestly, Fnatic Purifiers is not someone who just starts out the game who wants to be that. If you're gonna do that early game, good luck, son. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you're just gonna end up having a bad time. Yeah, that's what this is what the rock through is. I'm trying to give everybody, a fair advantage because everybody wants to kick the Scourge's ass, and who knows what the fuck they're fighting against. So we want all that to be covered. So militaristic, very good. Your army is strong, but your army is already strong, 33%. You don't need more than that. But spiritualists are so much scary. If you get the right research, if you get shit done, at that point, it's over for everybody. It's over. It's just over. And you're guaranteed more unrest. Not like they care because you're a purifier, but unrest is still part of your colony. You'll just be purging them. Because you're spiritualist, you're actually suppressing that and you're attracting the ethics in your Fnatic Purifier. You're not a hive mind, because hive mind, they don't like that stuff. They don't care for it. But a purifier does. Let's say if I had to put a level between it, if you have regular empires, that's your low level. They care about everything. They like everybody to be super happy and to produce as much as they can. Then you got purifier, which is just a tad under the hive mind. Hive mind is the supreme thing that doesn't care about happiness. Which is why hive mind, you cannot do psionic traits. It doesn't work. You'll see right here. Cannot allow or cannot follow psionic and synergetic ascension path, which is the second point before the empire modifier. But can genetically modify species to become hive-minded if biological ascension path is completed. So, if your biological ascension path is completed and you colonize other planets, you don't have to anymore switch over or resettle pop anymore. You've done your ascension path to make everybody like you. So the human you took over, you're pretty much removing their brain and putting your brain in it, and you say, okay, now you're a hive mind. And then, okay, let's just not be happy anymore and just keep working. You won't be like a full society of, let's say, humans. Let's say she's the hive mind, and everyone's going to be a human. You can have humans and mammals and who knows what the hell else, but you cannot have psionic. In fact, I feel that a fanatical purifier that's a spiritualist based is more lethal than a hive mind. But this is speculation. This is all speculation. I have not tried this yet, but I will probably get into it. Right now, I'm just trying to play around with the spiritualist, and spiritualist is a very late game thing. It's very, very tough. But I made a spiritualist and militaristic empire, and it is devastating. It's devastating. At the beginning, you seem very weak. You can't really grow much, but in late game, if you have all your research done and you're going to fight something, the boons that you get from the shroud is insane. it's it's really good. So I hope this was more clear on what the hive mind is and what um, the hive mind and Fnatic Purifier is between both. But this is not the complete. I'm not going to be playing a game to finish through Conquest. I'm going to be showing more of a walkthrough of what stuff can be done as a sort of how do I play this game and what's the best strategy for it. And the rest, I already explain all these. If something, this will be on a VOD. So if someone asks me again, can you explain what the hive mind is, or what the fanatical purifier is, or how do I win this thing, or stuff like that, it will be on a VOD, and I will be putting this on YouTube. So like that, we'll go through it. In fact, my most concern was the fleet builds that many people have no idea what to build, but they suggest do this, do that, and it ends up being the worst idea, or it ends up being a better idea, but with some flaws. So I'm not saying everyone's bad or not, this is just my opinion. I'm going to try to focus on being able to give a general idea of how to play Stellaris without actually having to stress up on, oh my god, he said so much and I forgot half of it. So this is just step-by-step thing. So we generally explain what all the traits were, and everybody has their own traits. Everyone has their own way of playing, and every empire has their own way of doing things. So I made many different species, as you see here, coming from Ire all the way to Superstar and all that stuff. This is my speedrun, my speedrun empire. But let's get a game starting here, so we can actually let's have a hands-on, more experience than just a bullshit explanation, as I like to call it. So we will take let's take a basic because if I start using my things, everyone's gonna go, what do you have? What's this? What's that? So let's take someone that can actually work with. So we will go with a. So we got an authoritarian and a spiritualist, which will be a definitely slaves and purging. But before we do that, I like to go with the boy I first time played with, and it's materialist, pacifist, and xenophile. So this is for people. This kind of race is for people who like to be friendly with everybody, who don't want to go to war as much, and they want to complete one of the 3 victory conditions, which is federation. This is the race that you would want to go for. One, because your trust growth increases significantly faster, and it's significantly bigger, or 25% at least, but that's just growth. Later on, you'll get more research for more trustworthy, and top of that, the ascensions and stuff. And materialistic, you gotta have at least some sort of income, and even the ability to build robots and such and such. So let's get started. They have mass drivers, warp travel, and humanoids. So we're just gonna throw a game out there. Doesn't matter what it is. Skildari Confederacy. This race is more for I have no idea what I'm doing, and I don't want to fight too many people because I'm scared. You're not really scared, you just don't want to be in the heap of trouble. And I want to be friendly with everybody. I don't want to play the conquest or domination species. So we got multiple different research. Let's start with the scientists because this is the easiest thing I find to learning this game. As I was saying earlier in the beginning of the game, you have 3 different sections. You got society, engineering, society, goddamn it, physics, society, engineering. These are your specific skills. So this person is maniacal. He has a 5% research speed increase for himself. He is skill level 1. There's no 0, 1. He's got no experience, but he's guaranteed 2% research speed. In fact, every scientist guarantees you a minimum of 2% without counting the species or the species, without counting his specific specialty. He's got 5% for maniacal. He's got Spark of Genius, which is just 10% of research speed. And then you have a better example, expertise. If this person is expertise for minerals, or materials in this case, if both the expertise are equivalent to another with the symbols, then you guaranteed a 10% more research speed. So in this case, we got unlucky. We got nothing equivalent. With the exception, as I was about to say, with, for example, Spark of Genius. Spark of Genius will guarantee you 10% regardless of whatever you feel is going to be researched, as long as it's maniacal. Now, people always say, start with the solar panel, because I need credits. Yes, you're right. Technically, you start with solar panels. However, the beginning here matters a little bit. And when I say little bit, is because if you finish doing a specific research, the chances of you getting back at that generated technology may come back much later. So what I do, you gotta pick. He's a materialist boy, right? You picked a species that is materialistic base, that is xenophilic, so he likes people, and he is a what was the other one? Xenophile. Let's go check a look actually. Materialistic, pacifist, xenophile. So pacifist, meh. This is just society. So, sorry. If you choose to do science, so for this case, I have a science facility, a militaristic sort of tech tree. I got the military tech tree, and research tech tree. So I get to choose. I usually go right away Corvettes for level 2s. You'll get them later, the engineering facilities. This doesn't really matter. But this one matters a little more. I'll tell you why. You're you're materialistic and not militaristic. This is military. This is in the energy, so your materialistic section, and this is your research section, which would be generally everything. You want this particular thing if you want research to be done quickly. And materialistics, it's actually a materialistic point of view also, because materials give you 5% faster research. So, as we can see here, if we go back here, right here, robot maintenance, research speed 5% as a materialistic. If I go with the research first, and my species go through materialistics, this will disappear. I might have a different research that is not related to militaristic upgrades. This is military. Energy storage, it is materialistic, but this is for weapons. This is to put onto your ships to be quicker and more efficient. Sure, the points are rather small, but with time, the points grow as, over time of the universe, and as well as your empire grows. The bigger your empire grows, the higher the points get. So, if I were to pick physics lab, there's a very, very, very good chance, not a small and not a big one, but a good chance that will not have solar panels for another few research sections. Because I do not have because I did not choose to be a materialistic empire that wants to produce more. I'm a materialistic empire who wants to research more. And it's a very RNG thing. That's why the RNG branches are it's not actually true that it's all random. It's true, it does tell you it's random. Whenever you finish research technology, up to 3 new options will be generated. That's true. But it's not all RNG. If I went through physics lab, I open a new branch of technologies. And if I want to keep going with the research tree, at that point, I will be pushing towards that section and I will be slowly losing productivity. And productivity gets really important, especially the late game, because it's at that moment you gotta choose if you want to produce a lot more resources to make an army or produce enough resources to actually expand. But those depends on your speed and what you do. I'm gonna zoom out here. We're at the northern part here, the Skildari Union, let's say. We're still paused here, so we can go on whenever you want to at different speeds. You'll see late game, you'll want to either speed up or slow down. It all depends, but that's all on you. So usually what I do is, because growth is nice and all, I usually try to get the engineering physics done. But this to me, if you do specific research, depending on what branches you take, one branch will open a new, and this can be completely ignored depending on how many different available research alternatives you have. The higher research alternatives, the better chance you will return and get back whatever you want to grow or whatever you want to research. But generally, whatever tree you take, if you keep going with, let's say here is a very resource gathering kind of tree, then at that point you will be getting more resource gathering, but you can actually lose or will have to wait for the theories or other research potentials. So simply said, this is for credits and resource revenue, and this is for research revenue. So research points versus your actual minerals and stuff points. This is militaristic, even though it gives you more storage, but you get the idea. This goes the same way. You want growth, or able to expand. We go with growth. That's usually what I do. But here in this case, I usually pick something to do with science because research is more important than the credits at the beginning because you will be needing to build specific things on the planet eventually. So, science. You will have specific points as well. So because we're materialists, we have 5% more skill level based on the scientist, base of 6.15. The base always comes from the points you're getting per month here. This point, actually, let's give an example here. If I put no research here, there's nothing researching right now. Let's boost it. I start stacking points. 14, then it's gonna be like 21, I believe, or 20, just 20 or whatever. Yeah, 21. Let it go. You're actually not losing anything. I'm not losing any research at all. You would think I'm losing some. But if I stored enough research points here, long enough, I'm actually saving myself a few months. This research here. Like 27 months. I haven't researched for how many months here? Like 7 months or such? Actually, no, 10 months. I saved myself close to 12 months of research right now. Yes, because the points are there. And yes, eventually when this hits 0, this will go back up. But not to the scale of going back to its original point. It won't go back, oh, because you were 12 months saving, we're going to push back 12 months. You actually can only push back maybe 10 months. You'll save the 2-3 months research based on the points. And of course, if you go out into space and you start doing anomaly researches and stuff, that you will get points for certain things based on your situation logs. So in this case, the governor wants me to build mining stations, and as a reward I'll get influence, which is great because influence is needed to be able to get planets, which I didn't survey yet, so I don't have that. So let's actually get this scientist up and running. Always survey your systems. If the system is grayed out like this one here, If the system here is grayed out, like you can barely see it, means it's not been surveyed. If it has been completely surveyed, the name will be written more clearly. Let's say it won't be grayed out, it will be actually white. So we will get this example really anytime soon. It's actually done pretty quickly. It's going pretty fast. Let it go. Look, I saved 3 months. Well, actually, no. I was at 22 and I went up to 25. So from the 10 months I put points into, I saved myself 7 months. Of course, it's much better if you actually get. It's much better if you actually find points than having to stop and halt. But the 10 months I've stopped, I've in the end saved about 3 months mathematically. But that's just mathematics. Don't have to go through that. This is your traditions tree. This is where the purifiers and hive minds have it a little differently. Because hive minds and fennec purifiers cannot make federations, so I assume this would be completely different in terms of diplomacy. Which I haven't tried out yet, but I will eventually. If you don't put any points at all, there's chances that you will actually, it'll pull back a few months to then refill again. So try to put points in as quickly as possible to avoid any problematic tradition traits. Now, people's also been asking, what's the best, what do you do when you have your tradition points? Do you fill in a whole block right away and fill it out just to get an ascension perk, or do you put everything systematically at will time to time? If you're trying to build federation wise, you don't have to focus much on filling out each block. You don't. However, if you are a boy or a girl who wants to be very aggressive, start a game, I would suggest filling out a block as quickly as possible. Especially Supremacy for more damage. Like you can see here, Supremacy, Adoption Effect, Border Range 20%, so you're going to have your empire grow much bigger. But in the end, if you adopt all effects, you get 15% more attack speed for your ships, and a Ascension perk unlocked. And these are all your Ascension perks you can choose from, so more bigger borders, or more faster research speed, more attraction and unity output. Clear block, I've never used this, honestly, Mastery of Nature. But it would be free, actually, if you want the clear blocks. This actually is free. Literally, clear block cost 100%. Unlocks the ability to clear most tile blockers. Here, Imperial Prerogative, Core Systems +5, so if you don't like dealing with sectors, you can just build, you can just get this point and you'll have +10 rather than +5, which I have here. Then you have traits +2. Now, traits, Engineering Evolution, is if you want to make a specific, if you want to take a specific species from yourself, like let's say here, I can't modify anything yet because I don't have gene tailoring, but I can manufacturally manipulate my own species to then, let's say I can't go in a tundra world, but I can manipulate him genetically to actually colonize this tundra world without having the necessity to actually be 40% habitability. Like right now, I have, I believe, Ocean World, which is 100% habitat because I am in the capital. In capital says -10 unrest, planet board extrusion, governing ethics attraction 100%, so perfect. But the capital is the only thing that'll give you 100% habitability because it is a capital. If I were to pick another planet, which I hope I'll find soon, which we will just push up to the limit here to try and get it, or get an idea. Gene tailoring, let's say when he's done here. So, you got here anomaly, risks, and failures. May not be alone here. So right here, society research gained. Because you discovered alien life. The SCS Tolek has made us starting to find on the city of the second. The planet is teeming with alien life. For the first time in history, we have encountered life forms that did not originate in Stellaris. This amazing discovery has silenced those who believed we were alone in the universe, although none of the alien creatures found on the City 2 were sentient. It is likely only a matter of time before we encounter things that are dot 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 dot. We'll not be alone here. Bloop. Now, here's the other thing. If you do an anomaly search, the anomaly is level 2. I am level 2. Let's go back to the anomaly. Level 2, level 2. The risk of failing is the base of 20. I don't know if it's true for all cases, but there is. If I wasn't careful, or if my scientist was not careful at all, I would be actually 20%. There's a 20% chance that this would fail as a research. So efforts to map the surface of the moon have identified a strange mountain formation. Okay, so I can choose to change scientist for some other scientist that is in the region, which I don't have right now. They're all researching this here right now. But if, let's say, this is like 60, anything above 40, I really consider very, very touchy. And when I say touchy, I say it's very dangerous. Because anything over 50, anything over 40, there's a chance of failure. Anything over 50 to 60, there's a chance of death. You can actually lose your scientist. He can actually die. Or a chance that he just disappears. It happens. Sometimes it happens. But those are all chances when the risk gets too high. Sometimes I take the risk because I don't care. But if you fail certain research, the research will not appear again and you'll lose its bonus. When I play the games, usually, like you'll see in my VODs, I usually don't read them because if I fail or not, I don't care. I don't need those things. But for those who really care and who really want to get everything optimal in their science, the lower the anomaly risk or failure risk, the better. And you can change scientists for other scientists to do the research. Or you can just leave it. If you leave the research, it will not disappear unless it's debris. Debris will, I think it's 2,000 days before they disappear, 1,500 days. I'll be back. Sorry for that. That was just a random bullshit call with nobody on the phone again. So, you can change it, but you can leave for now. But we will do it because there's a 10% chance. There's a very small chance it'll fail. In fact, usually 10% never fail. I've had it happen to me once that has failed and I got mad. But shit happens. And he will do it. He will do the research progress right away as soon as you tell him to. And then he will continue with his survey. Of course, there are other things. There confers to buzz news of alien organisms discovered in SCS. This is just like, oh, we got contact with some other people. These little evolutionary marvels kind of discover people to renew the hope of the first contact of individuals. So that's that. So now what I was saying, the trait here. Let's actually finish this research here first to kind of say research complete. And here it is. So what was previously thought to be assorted mountains on the southern hemisphere of the city at the second A have been identified as the massive skeletal remains of a single colossal alien life form. The bones have been dated as 3.4 billion years old, but our scientists have ruled out that the city of the second A could have supported life on that scale at any point of the moon's history. Science officer Oral Skorback was prepared a special research project to dive further into a mystery. So it's fascinating, and at that point you have a special project issued to you.
Log updated.
So at that point you go to your situation log here, and you look at your project he gave you. But here it is. The project he gave required a level 3 or higher, and you will not be able to do it until you've achieved that goal. In this case, we have level 2. We don't have level 3. Other thing about scientists, and let's force ourselves a science ship here. Now, the also other thing, if you build things, if it shows you auto, It's because you haven't. They will give you an automatic. They'll give you a base of whatever ship you want to build, but you have not played with the ship design at all. So let's just move it on out here. Let's move it up. In fact, let's get an essential perk here. If you're a Federation boy, you don't want to go to war with anybody. You want to make everybody happy. You go with diplomatic influence cost, and your trust growth increased by 33% to be more friendly with people, to not piss them off. If you want to be someone who wants to get as much minerals as possible, and to be able to prosper, to get enough economy to then build things, to actually start to pay for upgrades and such, you can go with prosperity tree, which in the end will also help you with terraforming, which I usually go for first because sometimes you're in a really bullshit area and you can't actually colonize planets until you terraform them and actually habilitate on them. Discovery. If you want faster research speed towards the end, that is all you. You can either go for faster research, friendlier, more I want to kill everybody, expansion because I want to grow faster, domination to be able to vassalize people. This is more like a mid to end game kind of trait that you want to work into. It doesn't have to be necessarily. Or harmony is actually one of the second things if you've completed a square to kind of make everybody happy. The happiness of all pops is 10% higher, so you're guaranteed, and you consume less garbage. You actually are less wasteful. So it's all you at the beginning, but I usually like to throw prosperity right away because then I can unlock the private colony ship. So I'm going to throw that point right away, but we're going to go one by one. So here we go. So if I decide to be an expansion boy, and colonization fever seems to have gripped the population, so I want to really expand quickly. Capital buildings now produce one more unity, which is okay, but it's not really what we're looking for. But here we go. For the purpose of colonizing and building frontier outposts, systems count as being half the regular distance away. Now, for some, this could be confusing, but for others, this could be really straightforward. Because a planet is within my border, the border is not the dotted line. The border is this hue color you see here. That border. If the planet is within my border, you can populate that planet with only the cost of 30 influence. However, the farther you are from your border, the more it costs influence to actually grab your planet. And in this particular case, for the purpose of colonizing and building frontier outposts, systems count as being half the regular distance away. To be able to build a frontier outpost, it costs you minerals and it costs you influence. So if I were to click on this one, or to accept it, at that point, if I need to move or build a frontier outpost, I could build a frontier outpost and it would cost me half the amount that it would usually cost me from the distance away from my border. Next here is the frontier outpost upkeep, reduced by 50%. You have to upkeep it, I think, with 3 or... I don't remember what the upkeep is, actually. It's because it's rare I build frontier outposts. The upkeep is 3 credits and 1 influence. If I were to put point into that, it would be 50% cheaper. So instead of paying 1 full unity point, it would only cost me half of that, and instead of 3, it would cost me 1.5 credits. Pop growth speed by 10%, and colony development speed by 50%. So if I want to grab a colony, let's say I want to grab this planet, on average with all the research, it usually takes 8 months, but at the beginning it takes nearly 16 months to colonize a planet, depending on what trait you have on average. So if I want to colonize this, it would take me 16 months with 8 credits per month cost to colonize that planet. But in this case, it would be 50% faster. So instead of 16 months, it would be 8 months, and it would be 10% growth speed by... It would grow by 10% speed, sorry. Which would be your life the people that are growing on that planet you just colonized. The affected tradition cost caused by number of colonies is reduced by 33%. Caused by numbers of colonies. So the more colonies I have, the more it's going to cost on my traditions. Later on you'll see there will be not later on you'll see, but at the beginning it doesn't really affect you because you only have one planet. But later on, the traditions will take more time. So right here is 33 months, but if I keep growing, it's going to take more time to actually be able to take another point in the tradition tree. And that's that. This is the expansion. And as a completion, you get, with the adoption, you get new colonies start with 1 additional population, which is good. Because on 5, then you can upgrade the colonial or the colony ship to a planetary capital. And after adopting all of it, your core system increases by 2, so instead of 5 out of 7, and unlock an essential perk. Next, domination. Domination. The war demand cost to subjugate other empires is reduced by 25%, and we get 20 to acceptance when diplomatically subjugating other empires. So, war demand cost to subjugate other empires is reduced by 25%. So if I want to make somebody my vassal, it'll cost me 25% less. If I were to demand vassalization as a war demand, which I don't have anybody here to demand war, but it'll be 25% less. And we get 20 plus 20 to acceptance when diplomatically subjugating other empires. Diplomatically subjugating other empires. If, let's say, I'm in the Federation or I'm with somebody and I want to subjugate a unit or a group of people, not subjugate a group of people, but vassalize somebody. At that point, I have to go through agreement with the whole Federation. But plus 20 means that they have 20 points less being able to resist what I wanted to do. Adopting all domination traditions will mean that technology is shared between us and our subjects. So the subject that I grabbed, any technology that another party does not have will receive a 30% research speed bonus. In addition, we have another ascension perk. So if he doesn't have, let's say, I have level, let's say I have Archimedes, so he doesn't have it, he'll get a 30% bonus on that. That's pretty straightforward. An ascension perk. Say with prosperity, let's go a little quick out here. So prosperity, generally you have mining 30% less, 33% less, and terraforming is 33% less. Effects, ship costs and build costs is cheaper. So to build ships and to build buildings is cheaper. Private colony ship will not take, the private colony ship to colonize a planet will only take, they'll take credits and not minerals for private colony ships, but it unlocks it. Next, Energy Grid and Energy Nexus now produce 2 Unity, so later on when you have the research for energy hubs or the big buildings that produce power, instead of just producing power, they will produce Unity. Building upkeep reduced by 10%, so all the buildings upkeep to keep them up to date. Any building you have here, maintenance of 1, it'll actually be less by 20%. Where is that boy here? Or is that 10%, sorry. Ship upkeep reduced by 10%. This is really good. It's like the ultimate thing you want when you have to deal with stuff. Especially your fleet here. Your fleet will always have a certain ship maintenance. So underneath the ship maintenance, I have 0.4. And the consumer goods is what the population is wasting right now, 3.2. But I'm still making a monthly gain of such and such. For more details on the gains, you go to budget here, and it'll tell you exactly what's purchased and whatnot if you just hover over it. So hydroponic farms, mining networks, ship station maintenance, defensive armies, ship maintenance, and so on and so forth. And then your balance of what you're getting. This is pretty much just like a SimCity kind of thing. You kind of build your city up, and you see what's cost and what doesn't cost too much, and whatever. If you end up being screwed, because you end up grabbing planets, let's say you expand quickly, but you just build buildings really fast, and you start seeing that the credits start to drop really fast, and you're about to hit 0, you can take the building, and you can deactivate it. If you deactivate it, it will no more cost maintenance. Maintenance will go up by the amount that's needed to maintain the building. So if I want to deactivate the power plant first of all gives me credits. I don't know why I would close it. But stuff that require power, for instance, the mining networks, 1, science labs, 1, it goes up the more levels you put into it, including farms. And that's that. And every pop will have a consumer good every month at a cost of 0.4, and it also depends on their living standards. So if their living standards are utopian, they're 40% happier, but they waste 2.0 consumer goods, really, really high, which is right next decent living standards to 1. To find that, you go to your species tab, and you look at your living standards underneath the rights, set default rights, or just set rights for that pop directly. And you go look at living standards. So as you can see here, chemical bliss, which is 40% happiness, 3.0. Utopian is 2.0, yeah. But like 40%, but they produce 60% less for everything. They are happy, but they don't do shit. They're high on crack. These guys will always produce. They will be at the maximum happiness, almost. If not, if they're not really maximum, they're gonna probably hit maximum. But they will consume a lot more. Which in the end, you're not really saying much. Social welfare, I like to always put social welfare or decent living. Decent living is just their base happiness. They're not gonna get any sadder, but social welfare sometimes I put higher just to get them more happier. Just to get some stuff done. That's that. Next. What was I? I think that was that. Yeah, anyways. So next up. I was talking about consumer goods, yeah. So let the science get done here. Let them do what they want to do. I was building a science ship to make a point, right? That was just another thing to say that we found something more than what it should be, or bargained for, whatnot.
Construction complete.
Now, oh yeah, the thing I want to do. I don't have the research for
System
it
survey
yet,
complete.
but I went for a material boy. And material boy here has many options. Evasive stance, which means if there's an enemy close by,
Research complete.
he will automatically eject or try to leave the certain system, which is quite forward. The research anomaly, so you order it to research an anomaly by just, clicking on it and whatnot. It's like a spaceship. The other one's survey, so if I want to survey something, he'll do it automatically. Research special project, which is that one. It's pretty much between anomaly and research special project. This one's a special project, so it would have to be special project actually, which we don't have because he's not level 3, obviously. But also you have automatic exploration, which is required for a research, but this is the most important one. Assist research. Assist research becomes really important, not only because you're giving the planet an upkeep, not an upkeep, but you're giving the planet more production based on physics, society, or engineering, but the fact that every few days he will gain experience. We'll see if we can get the assist research here. So he's here, he's gonna go do his thing. Oh look, we got a planet. It's right here, look. Red planet. Ability for colonized species take 40%. So you won't be able to do anything until you hit 40%. Can't do shit here. Yeah, 39 too. That was quick.
Anomaly found.
Just do that. Mulder's issue special project again. Another special project with something.
Situation log updated.
So, level
System
3.
survey
Level
complete.
3. And another impact that they found some revenants, which is the exactly from what the science showed. So here we go. 41, because I'm out of the borders, right? So the farther I go from the borders range, the more it costs influence to grab my specific planet. 350 is the base,
System
but if
survey
I had
complete.
the perk here to give me private colony ship, I don't have to pay with minerals, I can pay only with credits. We will put that for fun, and we will expand. And these are your strategic resources that give you bonuses on in your empire. So in this case, we have minerals and credits to give us bonuses. Sometimes you'll have research for science. And other times, if you do the correct research, you will get what we call strategic resources. Everything technically is a strategic resource, but there are special ones that give you bonuses for your ships, if not populations as well. So here we go. Available survey. We now know without a doubt, that a thriving biosphere is not something unique to Skaldaria. Both the scientific community and the public at large are eager to learn more about the various forms of alien life throughout the galaxy. Efforts to catalog the life forms we encounter are already underway, but our xenobiologists have urged us to focus our planetary survey efforts on habitable, life-bearing worlds. You got two choices here. You can technically take the influence and just forget about this research forever, or you can make a initiative, begins the habitable world survey chain, which will be a not a special project, but an event that you can use or science that you can actually anomaly research to continue on. I usually go for it right away because influence I don't need it at the beginning as much, and even if I do, I can just wait a few months, let it accumulate a little bit, and then I can keep on expanding. But every single time you'll find a new empire, you're gonna get influence. It's a base. That's
Situation
just
log
generally what it is.
updated.
So that's the strategic resource, which I don't have any at the moment. I can open a new game and then show you that one as well. That's why I said this game could be a little bit back and forth to kind of stick with the idea. But that's that. So we're gonna wait for this research to be done, and or I could just open a new one, open a new game, and just go from there. But yeah, you have planets like these. They actually have planet modifiers, so 25% more credits on the given planet. So this planet, if I were to work on it, will give me 25% more. Others, not so much. So now we're gonna put colony ship. So let's say I were to colonize this planet, Meow. I press twice because there's more than one planet. If you hover over it, it'll show you two. So you just click on both. If accidentally you want to colonize again, if you colonize the same planet again, it'll tell you it's been planned for colonization, not like the old school Stellaris before. But that's that. A great day for Skildaria. So we got engineering. Our colony ship has made a gentle splashdown in planets spanning ocean of Cordoth Prime, just off the shores of a large archipelago. This fertile island chain will serve as an excellent first landing site. The ship has been permanently anchored in preparation for its conversion into administrative headquarters of the new settlement. Its reactor core is the process of being removed so that it may serve as the colony's temporary power source. Hundreds of small tents and prefab shelters have sprung up on the island surrounding the formerly Starship's massive hull as colonists begin to disembark in large numbers, the first Skaldari city on Alien World. So we get engineering for it. So that's good. You'll have some pops here that have some animals on it, and if there's an animal with society research on it, just save this for like a zoo. And if you want to colonize, like I said, got private colony ship, which is minus 50% cost, but it costs credits, and you got one that costs minerals. I'll take minerals in this case because we're doing a lot more and we're better off with it. And with exception to what we used to play in Stellaris before the expansion, before you used to be able to put on any tile at all, and it would take it as a base anyway, but now it's only through energy. So it'll actually remove whatever you place it on. So if I were to place it on the minerals, it will remove the minerals and replace it with credits. So we're just going to dump it on credits to kind of stack it up more, and that'll be it. As you can see, this guy's expanding, this guy will soon be expanding, and if it's between our borders, this little square here will allow us to make sure that we can actually build stuff on that planet. So mining post, for instance, I can build a mining post, and they will build on these planets, on whatever it is I'm building on. I think it's the city here. Some planets, say he's a terraform, right? But there's other planets that are barren worlds that is possible to terraform as well, given the certain resource. So terrestrial sculpting to terraform planets. And it's going to be extremely useful, especially if you fight against the Scourge. It's impossible to take on the Scourge at full force right off the bat. You have to grow a decent sized army if you can, and if you have the army for it, and you got the size for it, and you got the preps for it, then by all means go ahead. But you got to be careful that the
Colonization in progress.
that you have the research necessary and that you don't take too much damage. You want to be efficient with them than to lose everything. So let's go back to your planet. And the birth of piracy usually occurs when you build a mining station. So in my case, I'm building one now. These pirates woke up and they're like, hey, he's building something he's not supposed to. So they're going to come and destroy you time to time. So you just got to build an army up and just take them out. It's simple as that. Alarming reports are coming in from the frontiers of our space since we developed space travel. Violent fringe groups on Stellaris have departed our homeworld in increasing numbers. Spurning the peace ways of our society, these misguided individuals call themselves the Cold Ones and have converted several civilian vessels into warships. They now prey on civilians shipping on those pirates, and their wanton attacks have led to many deaths. Drastic measures must be needed to protect the people. This is just like something at the beginning to give you like a boosted research. If you do kill them, or if you do destroy them, you can send your scientists over there to research it. In this case, this is my building. This is my
Evading hostile fleet.
It's my construction ship. But here you go. He comes here. He's gonna fight you. You see, he's got shields. You see, he's got shields. You can't read what he has because it's alien to you. But those are the ships you can technically fight against. Because I believe I'm missiles. Yeah, I got drivers. Just kinetic. Bullets.
Colony established. Mining station lost. Research complete.
Yeah, whatever. See, he came back again. This is research.
Construction complete. Research complete.
Yeah, let's get those done. Clearing tiles, always nice. Minerals and power. You can get those from more minerals. When we're done with this, we pretty much have that done, and then eventually we will get into the more complicated things. This is just research that you can grab and customize. In this case, as you can see, I have automatic. I can clear design. I usually clear it in autocomplete, which means it will give it the most optimal damage based on how much power and stuff you have. Since I got no shields or anything at the beginning in that case, I could just do that. I usually go auto upgrade, clear, autocomplete, save. Because if you clear design, you clear of all the bad stuff it may have on it, or nothing at all. And the auto upgrade will automatically upgrade to whatever it is you need to upgrade. So for instance, we have chemical thrusters, and we had ion thrusters that we could have upgraded to level 1, and then it would give us more speed and combat abilities. And as we don't have any shields or power, there's nothing we can really do with that. I wonder, can I do that? Oh, yeah, I can. Nice. So I put more power on them. More power just means that they'll attack faster. Simple as that. They'll hit more. So excessive power, 6%. So damage will be increased based on 6% more. We don't need for scientists or science ships. They don't attack. So we can go to Corvette here, and we can put another fission reactor, bang bang. Right there, look, 52 excess power. We attack, because we have 7% excess power, it will be 7% more damage. So if we upgrade this boy, so we have 207, just off the bat. And our scientist died, so we will put the other boy there. And this boy, we will take him in custody of that. And that should be it. So we're going to take a construction ship again. We'll put him there again. I don't know where the pirates were, but we'll see. It's just 24. Just wait a little bit. And we should be able to. Done with that.
Construction complete.
Physics level 2,
Situation
please.
updated.
This is just some extra stuff. More minerals, more minerals to be saved if we needed to. More power. And like I said here, 40 and 40, that's because we have a governor. -5 on rest, clearing speed +5, so it's faster, and clear blocker time is building speed's faster and a clear block time. So we can clear the blocks 6% faster, and we can build buildings 5% quicker with an unrest of -5. Of course, to see the leaders, we go here. And the leader for every star will go up by 5 points each, except for building speed and clear block times. So here we have 1% each. Now he's 2%, so he's 4% as we see now. And he has the carefree or careful trait there. Like I said, we found a hive mind boy, and because we found him, we got 20 influence for free. And we can tell him what we want him to tell him. So this symbol here, since we just met a boy, we can choose to be we can choose 3 different options based on our traits. So in this case, we are a federation. We can use Xenophile. We trust you, so cooperation will show you benefit this. But as a hive mind, you understand that he doesn't want to trust people. He wants to clear people out of the way. So no. And I don't know if he has the, you can't really tell what kind of, what's his trait or his civic point at all in the game. Until it's too late or until you kill him or whatnot, then you'll find out. So we got the one that you can trust him, where we can cooperate, or we could choose equal Star Travelers, so very passive. Or we can treat him as, you must throw away your old ways, and you might as well be part of us, like forcefully. So we can do that just for fun, and then he'll close borders probably. I usually pick the first option all the time because you're like, oh, this is usually what I want to do. But oh well. Well, with this occasion, first alien counter. But because we got 207, we're gonna go fight them right off the bat. He won't kill it. He won't do it. No balls. So as you can see, these guys are kinetic guns. They don't have any. There's no way that they have any point defenses. So just fight. And this is where I was kind of complaining earlier when I was playing the game. I kind of wish that there would be a sort of. So we'll take our scientists here. We'll research the project and system. It's not a project, but it's debris regardless, just because we killed pirates. And if you want to know what's in the debris, you click on the debris. It'll give you all these things: chemical thrusters, hyperdrive, radar system, afterburners, and medium or nano composite armor, etc. These things will appear again as a researchable item if the debris, of course, was able to be researched. And it'll always remain there, regardless of it being. It will not be a repeatable research or a research that you have to wait until it appears again. It'll always be there. So I'm gonna grab that. So right here, for example, these are research that you have to. These are research choices you gotta keep at all times. That if you choose it and come back to it, there's a chance it may not come back again. The other two. But as you can see here, they gave us progress on them. If I researched this thing 9 more times, I would have 100% guaranteed research point. I wouldn't have to research it completely. So as you can see, we go here, and if it's in yellow like this, it means there's been points into it already. It's been partly researched. It will not be repeated again, as long as this one as well. This one, no, different story. And this one here, this, for example, shields. I didn't have shields. I did have shields before, but now I have more points into it.
Research complete.
This is on the fly, so sorry if I'm a little chokety choke on choke stuff. This is your factions tree, the thing that goes up to an infinite amount of things. So we got 33%, 40%, and 27%, which are our main points. I usually don't, in the game, pay attention to this until mid-game, or until I start colonizing, or until I have a big empire that is unhappy. So, if you wanted to become, like I was saying, to promote or to keep a specific faction happy, you have to follow their issues. In this case, this guy wants me, since he's a materialist. Oh, he's a pacifist? I thought he was a materialist. It's weird. So, he's a pacifist, but he's a prosperity faction. But it will definitely please the pacifist trait. In this case, solid liquidity over 3,000. Strategic resource allocation. So I would have to have at least one strategic resource, which we haven't found any yet. Keep the peace, traditional trust, prosperity. So if it's in green, it means that I'm doing what they're telling me to do, and they are happy because of it. And they'll give me a percentage or a added bonus to happiness. Instead of having to deal with individual happiness, the pacifists, or is there pacifist? Yeah. He's at 52%, with faction happiness at 57. So the max he can probably go is 57%, more or less depending on what you build as well. So if I were to build, let's say let's go physics here real fast. Let's say there was like a Xeno Zoo that gives 10% more happiness. It'll affect everybody here with 10% more happiness, but the faction itself is 57 base happiness. So he's 5% less happy because solitary. And solitary is probably because of free movement cancelled or whatever. Eventually it will open up again. But here you go. Spending lives and resources on wars of aggression will greatly displease the wealth promotion group. This thing has no effect on them right now because I haven't gone to war, and at the same time we're not really investing in actually, throwing ourselves to go fight people. But the prosperity definitely is 2% happier because I adopted the prosperity tree. So they're happy, keeping the peace because I'm not at war, and you follow this. Let's keep going. If you're out of orbit, which it is right now, I am not in orbit. I'm losing a full. I'm losing the full amount of logistic ship upkeep as possible if I'm not in orbit. If I go back to orbit, I just press B. I go back. I go back home, right? And I go to orbit. You'll see that the amount of ship upkeep or ship maintenance will decrease. By how much? We will see here. By about 40 points. From 150 or from 1.5, it went down to 1.17. always keep them in orbit, including construction ships. They do the same thing. Now, here's the thing about
Construction
research
complete.
speed. If you're doing research on your own, they will get points based on the completed research. So right here, for instance, 3 months left. See what happens to his experience here. 86, 90. So he's gaining
Research
every few days,
complete.
but when he completed, he got 5. But the longer he stays there, the more. If he stays there, he'll get like 5 points, but like almost every month. It's insanely long. If you want to speed the process up, or your population is dying too fast, and you really need like um, experience. At this point, you just right-click on a planet that doesn't have already somebody on assist research, and you assist that research. And if you assist the research, which he's doing now, if you click on him, he's assisting research. If you take a look here, he's gaining experience literally almost 2 every day. Well, like 2 or 3 before the day ends or some shit like that. Really, really fast. Except let's slow it down a little bit so we can see it. See the days here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But here we go: 1, 2. Oh, it's a little slower then. Yeah, so like every 2 days or 3 days, you get 1 extra point. Here's the thing though. Sometimes you'll get, before you level up, another not trait, but like another expertise. There you go. You put your mouse over it. And the expertise, you have a chance of actually getting another expertise while he's doing the assist research. At the beginning, not so much, but later on, you will see that it becomes really important. And because he's careful, he already has one. Usually at the beginning, they don't have more than one. It's very rare, but you can have those chances. There's some RNGs that happen. RNGs that shows up and gives you some bonus. And now we're going to create our sector. We don't need a sector, typically, because we still have enough room for core sectors here. But if I put a sector here, and everyone asks me, what's the best? Is it best to put everything in a sector, or is it best to individually choose a sector? My let's say, advice to those who start playing is to make multiple sectors based on what you're missing. So in this case, we got a sector colony here, that I can choose to specify or specialize in a particular focus. However, if you want to focus on something particular but respect the tile resources, if I respect tile resources and I put myself research, for instance, if I go back to my planet that I took as an example here, it will respect the mineral of the for the most part, because I was denied at one of my streams. I was so mad. I put them agriculture focused and they all built power plants. So, but eventually they will focus on building according to what you tell them to. So in my case, I put this to be research focus, but respect tile. So if I put respect tile, then they should respect to build hydroponic farms on food sources, mineral stations, so on and so forth. And obviously basic science lab. But because I put research, the empty slots here will mainly be filled up with science lab, or stuff that require sciences in this case. Expansion planner. I usually never use that. In fact, I just look outside and I see what I can take and what I cannot take. The expansion planner will just tell me, okay, what's the nearest planet I can grab that is colonizable or is surveyed and is colonizable, for instance. So if I look at that, I know that there's one planet that's colonizable and has been surveyed. If I don't want something that is not colonizable and not surveyed, I should take them off and I should see a couple. So there's 2 of them, including that one that we have surveyed. he'll give you a whole list. And at that point, you can determine whether you want to do it or not. This is actually like faster to see, okay, instead of going all around and say, okay, do I have all the planets here? You can just go right off and just click on it. Or right away, just jump to the planet by clicking on the, actually, it would be better just to click on the planet. So, fuck. No. Okay, this one means that, you know, you have that. But instead of having to click directly, you can just say, okay, call this expert, and just throw it in there and just grab your planet. Of course, if it's not too far, not too cornered in between other empires that you don't want to piss off. That's it. Ascension perks. Some perks, actually half the perks will be, you can actually grab them without having to have a minimum of 3. And I say minimum of 3. So interstellar technology, one vision, mastery of nature, imperial prerogative, engineering evolution. I think evolution is the last one. As long as you have certain research. So for example, gene tailoring is required before you can have engineered evolution. So actually play some music here. It doesn't feel so quiet. You can actually use that. Next, evolutionary master. Of course, you need engineered evolution. But here it tells you you need at least certain research to get it. Later on, you'll see that you'll need minimum 3. So, for instance, if we go deeper here, transcendence here, you need mind over matter and this thing here. I mean, mind over matter to get the transcendence, but before to get mind over matter, you need psionic theory. Next is world shaper, galactic force intervention. Those are 1s. Requires the battleship technology. Really? Deep space installations. Interesting. But yeah, eventually you'll get to the point where it will tell you you require at least 3 ascension perks before you can grab it. And that's usually to with special type of research for certain species. So for instance, the biological makeup for hive mind would be inside would be like a 3rd perk you need in order to get the biological changes, and so on and so forth. Or even a better example would be the spiritualist. The where you have the mind over matter, and in order to get transcendence, you need at least 3. Yeah, requires 3 other ascension perks to be selected first. Requires mind over matter and requires an empty perk slot. But that's the perks. That's all the perks I can really say. That's as clear as it's gonna get. Rest is really what you decide. But if you're a pacifist, you can go for diplomacy first, and you can kind of like put points everywhere to help, you know, satisfy everybody. If you're militaristic, you go supremacy and more like domination traits. And if you're the guy who just wants to conquer everything at this point, you might as well just go mass expansion and supremacy. Something very similar to a militaristic conqueror. As best I can really explain it. What next? There are some moments where you can uplift species. Uplifting species cost society points, and you can actually tell them to be a specific trait in any form. So you can actually pick, like if you were to create a new completely species of your own based on the species tab. We only have 1 right now, but if I were to toggle all the galaxy, let's say Quelchi was here, we can set his rights, of course. We can't do that for purging, but this guy, we can tell him, hey, purge type, extermination, processing, nurturing. Nurturing, really? Fuck me. Anyways, you can modify it to gene tailor, of course, or you can uplift to genetically make him a different type of specialization or species in this particular case. So we have ocean, a quick learner, natural sociologist, solitary, and charismatic. With the ascension perk here, which is engineering. What is it? No, not that one. Engineering evolution. It'll give me 2 more traits instead of having just 1 trait. Which, let's go to our species here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 traits. We can literally modify the particular species to change it into a different trait, which I'll take another game as an example. At this point, we already surpassed the difficulty of the game in itself. So let's go to a no, back to load game. Let's pick. Oh my god. Oh my god. I still have this game. Alright. As you can see, it completely dominated the entire game. Sorry, give me a sec. I'll get a little dry here. I can't believe I had a fleet like this. 552 battleships. It's so bad. It lags so hard. Oh, mama. Let's actually do this. It's funny. See, I don't even have plasma. I completely defeated the Scorch with this. So yeah. I can't even upgrade the fleet. Okay, so, example, right? We go to our planet here, and right now I see a group is level 4. So yeah, it goes up by 5 each time. It goes up by 5 each time here, it seems. Because we were at, I think it was 10%, now we're at 30. So it went up to 20, it was 5 each. And this up was from 6 to 24, so it went up to 6 times. And building cost minus 10, because, you know, whatever. You have happiness and factions, right? So we go to factions here. Let's go based on happiness. We have 81%, which is our xenophile ethos. They're super happy. Our pacifist ethos. Our militaristic ethos. Since we're not fighting anybody, it's hard. But here, recent uplift, because I uplifted and I had diplomatic traditions and multicultural society. So let's have an example here. Let's go species here. Where's something we can modify? So if we were to modify a species, we can actually give him what we want. Because we got the research genetic modification, which is here in your research tab under the society points. Let's go down here. Side jump drive, side army, side warriors, gene warriors. Where is the uplift? Uplift, here you go, uplift, and then gene modification right here. So they're gonna have one more trait, gene tailoring. So if you go back to our species really fast, we modified it, and we can change them. We can make them okay, your continental preference, and we can choose also what kind of cost it would take to make a to make him add or remove a trait. We can't do anything for this guy because he's obviously not part of our empire. But regardless, we can still modify him to be a continental rather than Arctic preference. And it works for pretty much everything, except now we can go with, where's the uplifting species? Where's the uplift? Full residence. versatile species galaxy here. Robots, we can't change them. They're robots. They will remain what they are. Modify, modify, modify. Do we have a good example of uplift here? We don't have an uplift at all. We've pretty much grabbed everything we could, honestly. Gaia world compared to all worlds here, we got an example. The Gaia terrain and the planet habitability, 100%. Everybody can go on it. And the resources will tell you exactly what the planet has. But Gaia is the best. You will always be able to hit maximum 100% happiness. However, if I picked another planet here, habitability 100% because I researched stuff, yeah, it's gonna be hard to pick a planet. It's gonna be hard to pick a planet. Let's say the continental world here, 100%. The Gaia will be 100 also. Shit. Oh man. How about this planet here? 100%. Crap. Well, also you have to think about it. I did colonize literally 3/4 of the Empire. And because I've colonized 3/4 of the Empire, it will show me habitatability for every species. So Alpine, for instance, I hover over the mouse and it says there, for my starfish, it's 50%. Humans, 60, 50, 40, 50, and it keeps going, list goes on and on. But because it's 50, the max I can hit is 50. It's right here, happiness 42. But his max happiness, 62 here. Does he have a max happiness here? 85. Now he'll be able to hit 100%. But say we have a buddy here. Habitatability 100%, happiness 85%. So I still can go an extra 15%. But if I was strapped for happiness or strapped for the planet, I would not be able to. Man, tundra here. Yeah, but this is because these are the yeah. We have one here. 90% happiness. There you go. Citizens pop happiness plus 5%. Faction happiness 81. Army traditional welfare max happiness 90. There it is. Here's an example. This guy has a max happiness 90 because his habitatability on this planet is 90% based on that. Now, this is literally all the info I can really give. Because we got literally not all the edicts, but close enough. We're just going to finish some of these things here. But that's literally what it is. There's nothing more I can really say or explain or change that will make it more clear than what it really is. The rest is really all up to you guys to try it out. But now let's get to the more complicated things. The combat system. Combat system. Psi jump drives are the best jump drives. We got everything from a warp drive 1 to hyperdrive or hyperlane 3 to wormhole modulator to jump drive and psionic jump drives. We of course have psionic jump drives, and I think this was the game where I fought literally everything. He's an explorer, capitalist, military commissionary. Easy to feel like. Okay, whatever. Do I have Gene Warriors? Yeah, I can make Gene Warriors. Okay. This is where it gets really complicated. I don't think there's any Fallen Empires anymore, honestly. I think I was the biggest superpower in this game. Let's go Fallen Empire here. Yeah, Fallen Empires are all dead. I killed them all. Okay. Everybody hates me because I'm just that big. I'm like invading all their private spaces. But whatever. Before we get to combat, I'm gonna take a small minute or 2 minute breaks. If anybody has questions there at all, to ask me now while I stop talking for a little bit. If not, we'll just get started again. All right. Let's get back to it then. If we go to our ship design here, we will notice 4 main ships. Obviously, you can create different ships, but these are the 4 main. You got yourself the Corvette, the Destroyer, the Cruiser, and the Battleship. Obviously, Battleship being the supreme out of all, with the most hull and the most effective damage possible. And then you have the torpedoes, the destroyers, and the corvettes. Now, this give me a very, 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 very to the brim tight explanation. So if you guys are on YouTube watching this, just leave a comment below for a more detailed answer. If not, I'm gonna try my best to answer every particular weapon systems carrying you should try against whatever you are facing. So, as you may know, the Unbidden, the Scourge, the Endgame Psionic Crisis, which is the end of cycle, and the AI Rebel Sentience are the 4 main endgame crises at the moment. I have yet to hear of others, or I've yet to see others, but those are the main endgame crises. Now, these battleships are so insane. What's my power anyways? 1.14 million. So if we go to the details of what you should use in combat versus the Scourge. Now this is for the Scourge only, and not guaranteed to win every other fight. So if you're going to use this tactic, it's only effective versus the Scourge. Now we will go to our ship design, and we won't actually change to upgrade because it will take forever, but this is what it is. This is not it, by the way. However, the Scourge have a very, very small range weapons. They got weaponry that is quite powerful, which is the Scourge missiles, which I will show you right here. Where's the Scourge? Well, here's a Scourge missile. It does 52 to 90 damage, with an average cooldown of 5.35 per shot, with an accuracy of 100%, tracking of 80, and a range of 90. This is the only thing that can be of long range. Cooldown or average damage takes a while. Their other attack, which would be your core, this thing here, would be your advanced strike missiles. These guys are the strike craft. They do 19 to 21 damage with an average of 8 cooldown to regrow another or repopulate another strike craft, or on hit actually, because these guys are like bombers. 100% accuracy, 0 tracking, 8 range, hull points of 12, evasion of 40%, average damage of 20. They have a 66% armor penetration. Now, ignore armor. Sorry, there's a big difference. The difference between ignore and pen. You cannot penetrate shield. If you penetrate shield, you are automatically hitting the HP of the vessel, of the ship itself. So you're actually hitting what we call their hull points, which is their HP, the life of the ship itself. And because the ship has armor, 112, if not 76% of the armor that's on the ship, these strike craft will ignore 66% of that armor, and in exchange, will do that much damage. So 66% of, let's say 20 damage there. So 66% of 20 damage. The let's do the math actually, just for fun. Grab myself a calculator. So 13.2 damage will be inflicted into the hull, which will do 13.2 damage, and the rest, the armor will reduce it. The armor itself will block that damage. So, but the damage blocked depends on how much armor is on the ship. So I have 112 armor. 66 gets ignored, so 13.2 goes right through. So it'll hit the health, but the other will be subtracted based on its armor. So 112 armor, which you see right here. Subtract that and the extra 3-4 damage. That's how much the armor will block. So the armor will actually block everything, except for the true damage or the ignoring damage that goes through the armor and into the hull. Other one is shield penetration. The swarm strikers do not care if you have a shield. They will go right through it because it's 100% penetration. You cannot ignore armor. There's none in this game here that will say 100% ignore armor. It's all penetration. There's nothing here that will let me see that does that. Here, ignores 100% shields, ignore 100% armor. That's the only time you'll see it. Right there. Because it will go right through the shields, and it will go right through the armor, and it will hit the health of the hull directly. That's why I love my focus arc emitters. Not only because of that, but because the fact that they will accurately hit everything, even if your evasiveness is at 100%, their accuracy is 100% dead on hit. Their tracking is 100%, so they will be always locked onto you. And their range is 110. It's a very, very long range weapon and very, very deadly. The next thing is, the second best thing, is actually the Giga Cannon. With its accuracy of 90, tracking of 0, so it does not lock onto you, but it has a very good accurate hit rate, which does the most damage coming to the extra large weapons in Stellaris, between 121 base to 350. The worst out of all of them is the Taishan Lance, which does a greater base damage, which is true, but the accuracy is far lower than an arc emitter and definitely lower than a Giga Cannon. But ignores 90% armor and does minus 33% shield damage. So if there's any shield there whatsoever, it'll ignore 90% of it. I mean, if there's any hull at all or armor there, it will ignore 90% of it. But if there's any shields whatsoever, Taishan Lance will sometimes do damage to the shield, depending on depending on what ship hit it and what combat goes to it. It'll have to hit the shield first in order to get to the hull. That's why Taishan Lances are very, very... I don't want to say the worst extra large weapons, but if it's the only extra large weapons you have, definitely use them because the range is meh. They're actually shorter than the arc emitter and definitely much shorter than the Giga Cannon. Giga Cannon has the longest range. It's like a sniper. Has a very long range, more damage, and just slightly under accurate, but only ignores 50% armor and 33% more shield damage. So if I were to compare all of them, the best is Focus Arc, second best is Giga, third best is Taishan. So, but if you're playing against the Scourge, for instance, you can go either Focus Arc or Taishan Lance, because the Giga Cannon will not do enough ignoring damage. It will not ignore enough damage for you to keep destroying them. And on top of that, there's a chance you might miss, because it's a 90% accurate shot, not necessarily a dead shot. Arc emitter is guaranteed to hit everything. That's why I use arc emitters on every fight, literally. So that's why I say against the Scourge, even the Unbidden, if you want to use battleships, which I strongly suggest you don't, definitely go arc emitters. Arc emitters are the best guns in the game. Extra large weapons, sorry. But Tyke Shot, 30% less shield damage, but you have to hit the shield in order to get to the hull. Giga Cannon, you will damage the shield, but until you get through that shield, you will damage the hull. 50%. Focus Arc Emitter. I don't care if you have armors or shields, I'm going for your life. That's the kind of way I see it. Very, very simple, but they both definitely do a difference in damage. Now you're going to argue, but the damage from the Arc Emitter goes from 1 to 221. You got a point. You actually got a very good point. Because, yeah, why would I use an Arc Emitter that can have a chance to do only 1 damage? Here's the reason. If I miss a Giga Cannon shot, which actually shoots faster than my Arc Emitter, but they both, in general, shoot about the same speed if they're about 1 second off. As you can see, 27 average damage to 12. We do half the average damage that a Giga Cannon would. But what happens if I miss a Giga Cannon shot? If I miss the shot, I do 0 damage. Nothing hits. As for an Arc Emitter, if I hit, even if it's the weakest hit, it'll always be 1 damage. I'll always be bringing the guy down, regardless of what he has or what he doesn't have. And I'll ignore everything. I will never miss. This, on the other hand, you have a chance to miss many times. It's a 1 out of every 10 shots you'll miss, guaranteed. And you can't track it. So if the chips are too close to you, he'll just hit the next closest thing possible. As for the Arc Emitter, I'm focused on that guy until he's dead. Which is exactly what you need, especially when you fight the Scourge. Scourge will come in massive numbers, and you'll have to destroy all of them, not ignore them to the next ship, for the other ships to take over. You really want to take them out as quickly and as efficiently as possible so you don't get hit too much. As for the Taishan Lance, as you can see them too, no tracking as well, but has a lot lower accuracy, but it has a higher minimum damage rate. So if I miss and the next shot hits, I will do a lot of damage regardless. It does a lot more than the Giga Cannon would, by at least 50 points. And 50 points in a fight, or 40 points in a fight, is actually very, very powerful. Except I have a lot more chances that I'm going to miss. And that's that for the ultimate extra large weapons. Next are my slots. If I'm fighting the Scourge, I will want to have 2 types of battleships. Or 1 type of battleship. So I'm going to start with the first type, and the second type will be kind of obvious. Honestly, let's go with the first 2 types first. 2 types, you will want to have a bomber wing, and the second ship, you will want to have a fighter wing. Not this. You want to have a hangar with a improved fighter, and you want to have a second design ship that has an improved bomber. That's the first one. Simple as that. Next, please just give it to me. Next, the other option is you have just bombers, but you switch your large to medium, and you will add your flak batteries. Now, flak batteries, you're gonna say, why flak batteries? They do no damage. They do only 8 to 25 damage. Yes, but it is a point defense, and its range is much greater than the Guardian. And the Guardian only has a 10 range versus a flak battery that has 40. It'll shred any vessel that comes near the ship at all. The fighters, the bombers will take care of the ships, while the flak batteries will take care of the strike craft. You will take some hits based on the missiles, but since the Scourge missiles take time before they recharge to hit you again, the only thing you will lose is maybe a single battleship. For most effectiveness, if you don't want to die, if you just want to build one straight battleship with no with the least amount of casualties possible. At that point, I would go with one bomber and one fighter. But then you would have to build a lot more battleships. So the most efficient way would be mass bombers, flak batteries, and this would be really of your choice. But if you're against the Scourge, like I mean right now, you want plasma cannons, not railguns, no missiles, plasma cannons. Plasma cannons do the most ignoring damage, and because they have no shield, this is the best thing you'll need against the Scourge. And here, look, you don't need Gauss cannons to do shield damage. You don't need it. Rip, Stormfire missiles, you don't need it. Missiles will do a lot of damage, but again, it's mainly focused on shielding. Disruptors, shielding. Gamma lasers, 15%. That's not enough. You need plasma cannons. They will do the most ignoring damage possible. You'll do as much true damage as possible because their hull is really high and they have no shields whatsoever. So you really want to get as much damage out as possible instead of having to do count pointless damage that you don't need and eventually lose too many battleships in combat. If you want to know more about that, you can look at my VODs on Twitch. They will have actually more. I did fight the Scourge so many times, so if you want to fast forward and check that out, you can look at that as well. But if you just want one single battleship, it would be focus arc emitters, plasma cannons, point defenses, obviously, because you have the hangar, and flak batteries. Both of them. Not one, one's not enough. Two is enough. You really want to shred those strikers before they hit you. Later, these guys will do kinetic damage on whatever comes close or closer to you, like their escorts or whatever. But by the time their escorts arrive, the queens will be in your close range battle. But at that point, you don't really matter because most of it will be taken up by the plasma cannons. They attack really fast, and they will do the most amount of damage. And kinetic, obviously, they do flat 8 to 25 damage. And the plasma cannons will shred them as well. This is the ultimate build for. This would be the ultimate build for the Scourge. Now, for the bottom part here, which I haven't ignored, I have 2 shield capacitors here. In fact, there should be 1 regenerative hull and a 1 shield capacitor. The rest doesn't really matter, you can just save it like that, and this is what your outlook should be for the Scourge. Honestly, safely, to be the safer part if you don't want to lose any battleships, if at all. Like, it's really hard to not lose a battleship because there's always that one hero that goes out and kills himself. But if you really want to have the least amount of dead battleships possible, I suggest going with 2 different type designs, 1 fighter, 1 bomber, and you can put, in that case, if you have a split fighter and bomber fleet, you don't have to put 2 flak batteries, you could just go full plasma cannons. Because honestly, depending on how many battleships you have and the fast pace you take out those ships, the fighters will take out the strike craft, they will literally destroy a strike craft and destroy the missiles at times, because that's what fighters do. And they will completely shred whatever you saw, whatever you could possibly see in front of you. For the Unbidden, now that the Utopian has came out, expansion of the Unbidden has been buffed significantly. Oh my god. I realized that the Unbidden, the best way to take out the Unbidden, is actually not to build many battleships at all. In fact, you want to not build battleships in any case, because they will literally shred them in 3-4 hits. 5 hits at most if they whiffed a shot. Or had a very terrible shot. So what I strategically did was build mass corvettes and mass destroyers. Now, these are very cheap and very fast to rebuild, especially you know that they will get one-shotted anyway. I realized that bringing 150 battleships to the Unbidden was not helpful at all. They have no armor, the Unbidden. So, the best way to do damage is actually not using neutron torpedoes. I actually suggest building Devastators. Now, why I say Devastator? Because the penetration, I have 100% shield penetration. I will go right through the shield. Regardless of what kind of ship he has, I will go right through the shield. And because he has no armor, I don't care. I do true 180 to 340 damage. Guaranteed. Yes, it is closer range, and yes, the Unbidden have long range. They have as much long range as your Giga Cannon would probably hit, but it would cost me a lot cheaper to lose a couple of Corvettes and rebuild, because first of all, Corvettes are way faster to rebuild and way easier to. They have a better evasion rate, etc. So it will be a lot easier for me to engage a battle with a Corvette than battleships at long range if my battleships will get shredded anyways. So my suggestion, since this is all my opinion, this is not fixed, this is how you do it, but if you want to be able to take out the Unbidden as effective as possible, you can build several battleships for your fleet, but you will want to build mass corvettes with torpedoes, Devastator preferably. Neutron torpedoes will hit their shields, but they have way too many shields, and it would just be a waste of time to fight them. So you can just mass Devastator torpedoes. In fact, if you want to see a video just recently as well, it shows you the devastating damage of mass corvettes. I think I did somewhere in the vicinity of 700 corvettes to 1,000 corvettes just to wipe out the army, and I barely lost anything. I had half his size fleet and I was able to take him out. This, however, instead of the plasma, you can I had phase disintegrator, but you can do phase disruptor actually, because this thing will not do any damage to its shield, so you just want to do shield damage at that point. There's nothing else you can really do. At that point, the torpedoes will take care of the rest, because that's the only thing that can penetrate at its low level. This gamma laser will have to destroy the shield before it will start ignoring armor, and ignoring armor, well, not if they have a huge amount of shields. You will not be able to do any damage whatsoever. It will be completely useless. And then there's the question of, yeah, but if you have ignore armor and he has no armor, at that point will it do a lot more damage? No, it's not like in MOBAs where if they have 0 armor and you have penetration armor that you'll do bonus damage. There's no such thing like that. It doesn't exist. It's flat damage based on what the weapon is. That's for that's for the Unbidden. There you go. Jeez. As for I said Corvettes and Destroyers because it's cheaper and quicker to build. So for a Corvette, I would build Devastator Torpedo, Phase Disruptor, and Advanced Afterburners. Don't waste time on putting shield capacitors and regenerative hull. There's no point. You're gonna get one-shotted anyways. Just mass that shit and throw it in there. They have, on average, 45 ships per fleet of a 300 to 400k size fleet, and they usually don't ever group up in a huge-ass mass. And if they ever did, you just have so many torpedoes, you could just swarm them and you could take them out. But I would not try to fight, though, too many at the same time. You want to take them out progressively until you feel that you can take them all out at once. But yeah, Corvettes are fast to rebuild, they're very cheap. It's 200 minerals, I think. 200 to 250 minerals on average, depending on what your upgrades are. So in this case, since this is the build, the ultimate build that I use with the side jump and sentient combat, and I fought them also with not all my upgrades completely. So, completed, I mean, not completely. So, just take a look at that as well. So, how much would it cost me? A Corvette would cost me 312. With all that, but I didn't have all the research that you saw, that I showed you there. Corvette and Destroyers. Destroyer, if you want to mix Destroyers and Corvettes, let's say you make 300-400 Corvettes and another 300-400 Destroyers. Destroyer against the the blah 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 the unbidden. You will put kinetic artillery and because we don't have any kinetic artillery, because ignores 20% armor, it doesn't matter. Shield damage, you will have the long range hits. It's not optimally the best, but the kinetic is there, and this would be your phase. This is just to shred their shields as much as you can if you want to do it. But honestly, the best is just mass corvettes. The corvettes will take care of everything. Or corvettes and cruisers, since cruisers can actually build multiple torpedoes. And this guy can be just, you know, that. Afterburners level 2. You want the combat speed as much as possible. This would be the optimal build, corvettes and cruisers. But if you want to save money and you don't have much money and you want to build something fast and big, trust me, 150k fleet of corvettes, which is roughly 600-700 corvettes, can take out a 300k fleet, and you'll only lose maybe 50 corvettes in a fight like that, or 100 depending on your RNG of the combat and stuff. The reason why I put combat speed is because you really want them to get in there fast, and the Unbidden's army is very slow because it's very big. So you want to get there as quickly as possible to take as least amount of casualties as possible and just take them out at once. You want to swarm them. That's literally what you want to do. That's that. For the AI robots, however, the AI robots is very... I had it only once, and I don't know if they changed it to give them armor or not, but if it were me, the best thing to do against the AI sentient robots, if you engage them or if the robots go crazy and rebel, is build defensive armies. You want to have a good defensive army, and the way to do a good defensive army, click on the army itself, the one that you've built, of course, and it also works for your attack also. On the defensive first, you can assign a leader. So say I'm going to take a leader that has army damage or defense. In this case, we have defense here. Army morale on defense, and army damage on defense. There, we'll take him as an example. And we will put something of the ordinary. So we have else army health, army damage, army morale, or cavalry. I usually put non-concrete fortifications. But then there's others that give you better, so you can put whatever you want. You can even change it. You can even unequip to change it if you feel like it's not good enough, and just change them according to your will. You can actually give them all leaders if you really feel like you need it. So the stars are the leaders, and you can give them damage if you need to as well. You can also do it for your attack armies. It doesn't necessarily mean that if you have an attack fleet like say this guy, and I'm saying, okay, well, you know what, I'm gonna give you morale damage, for instance, and oh, this guy's gonna take care of it. He doesn't do shit. He's gonna be that one guy who's gonna be one of your ground troops. But as for the planet itself, or the armies that you take before you bring them up into the air to take them off, to the planets you want to colonize, you can take these, army themselves, place the general in command, so attack, army morale on attack, and army damage on attack. Bang, right there. And right here you'll see health, morale, average damage, and you can put them army damage 25%. So you're giving him an extra 25% damage, that particular marine, let's say, and you'll see it in your army there. Of course, if he dies, you lose him, but that's the way of life, and shit sucks. So that's it. This is your planetary design here. Now we are like all the way up here, and where the most powerful thing it is. Population is the population itself. I have 435 starfish, but there is a lot more than the starfish in the Empire. Doesn't matter though. We're egalitarian and militaristic. In fact, this is because I embraced faction. Now let's go back to the embraced factions as well. Because we looked at that, right? So when you manage a faction, it'll give you two choices. Either to suppress or embrace, or three choices. Embrace, promote, suppress. So we're going to go with the 3-1 here. We can suppress the faction, so let's say I don't want to be a xenophile. I can suppress this faction at the cost of monthly influence. So as you see here, faction happiness minus 20% because I'm suppressing them. Xenophile effect, ethics attraction minus 50%, so I'll just eventually diminish them to no more. But there's 525 pops, so it'll take a long time before they will eventually disappear. In this particular case, for instance, Superstar Purity Party, I don't want no purifiers, which are the xenophobe faction. I can suppress them completely. Press play here. This will suppress them until eventually there will be no pops anymore. It'll take a lot of time though. A long time. We're at 0% right now and counting. Let's go to... And you can keep suppressing as long as you have the influence to do so. It'll always cost the amount that they tell you. It'll never fluctuate, because in the old Stellaris, it used to fluctuate a lot, depending on the faction. So if there was not many people left to suppress, the amount of influence needed would decrease. But the more people there was, the more it increased. So we are just completely destroying this boy here to completely annihilate him from that, and it'll give you the definite it'll give you what is required, or what will be costing in order to suppress the faction. So we press suppress and they told you 20% less everything and whatnot. Now let's say we want to embrace a faction. We don't have enough influence yet, but if I want to embrace the happy xenophile people who like to trust everybody, and we embrace them, we will become a xenophilic empire. If we go to military, however, it will be a fanatic militaristic empire. But I need 20%, and here's your percentages. They go from authoritarian, egalitarian, xenophobe, xenophile, militarist, pacifist, spiritualist, and materialist. You can have more than 8, or what is it, 8, 6, 7, 8. You can have more than 8 factions. So in this case we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This 9th one is like a rebel group. As you can see here, isolationist faction, but he's xenophobe. And there's also another one that is a xenophobe, I believe here. A xenophile, actually. There are 2 xenophobes. Do I really need 2 xenophobes? The reason why we have 2 of them is because one is the Starfish Purifier, and the other one is another empire that had the idea to be xenophile as well. Or xenophobe, sorry. They both have the same. Usually what they do is they group up together and they represent one big population. In this case, that did not happen. So what I'm doing is I'm annihilating my own Starfish group to join another faction, to migrate or to be governing attracted to that kind of party. They'll eventually split up and they'll join other groups because I'm suppressing this one. I don't want to have any xenophobes at all. Exactly. And in this case, we have faction suppressed minus 20 months. 0 months remaining. It's fine. We're completely suppressing them. Let's see what happens, actually. I shouldn't be playing fastest. I got a huge ass fleet in the background that's gonna break shit bricks. Eventually they will disappear. Eventually. How long will it take? I have no clue. I don't have a fixed number, but they will eventually disappear. Not the pops themselves. The pops themselves will convert to a different governing attraction, but the idea of xenophobe Superstar Purity Party will be annihilated. They will just disappear, and they will go into a different branch. But this is a long process. It can take in-game a lot of years. I say roughly 30 to 50 years. Now, don't start saying, hey, you said 30, 50 years. I tried it and it took never, took forever, and that shit was always there. Yes, it depends how many population you have. I have 48, so it'll be rather quick, quote unquote. But they have to change their idea in order to join other factions, and the factions have to accept them. So whether they accept them or not, there's always a conflict. This guy will hate it because I'm a xenophobe, but you told xenophile they can do this and that. That's kind of what's happening. Simple as that. And look at that. Core exclusively, Xeno's disenfranchised, invasive Xeno studies, blah 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 blah. These are just basic examples. Now I've heard other people say, yeah, but what if I just want a militaristic one? It's gonna cost you. If you just want a militaristic or a xenophile or a very particular branch in order that you want specifically so that you can have a prosperous empire, from your point of view, it's at that point you would have to first of all be able to embrace it as one, which will give them happiness, and two, you would have to start suppressing every other faction. And that's the gist of factions, really. The more happier they are, the more productive they are. So 60% here, faction happiness. See, look at that, 100%, but the faction happiness is 81. So he's a xenophile, and he's a xenophobe, so he's not happy for shit. He will migrate, or he will change his idea, his ethic. And that's generally the crux of it. 100% happiness is the best efficiency he'll get. So 5 here, and we have a base of 1. So base of 1, and we have minor network plus 8, so right there is 9 typically, but because we have 20% happiness, we're 100% happiness, it'll give us 20% more. Mineral processing plant, which we have here. Mineral processing plant, where is it? Here it is. And it's giving only 8. It's probably because I don't have to research for another higher grade or whatever. No, that's it, 20%. And we'll have spice and all that stuff, so 100%, that's the best efficiency. So from an average of 9, we went up 6 more. We went 6 higher because we got extraction patterns and we got power exoskeletons and mineral processing, etc. AI sentience, like I was, the AI rebels are really, that's what it is. You just have to have a strong army. As simple as that. There's no build in particular. They don't really build ships, and if they did, just a regular ship is fine. But they mainly invade your planets as a term of saying, we are not happy with the rules you're giving us as robots. As for armies, though, bombard them, drop them, that's it. The Shroud, however, is a different story. That endgame crisis you have to rebuild. I have never hit the endgame crisis of that in particular, but it's generally one big ass, a really, really big cloud that represents your entire galaxy that you've accumulated, and you have to fight against. You just have to break it. So pretty much, I think Mass Corvette's the same idea. Just take them out. Because when you talk to the Unbidden, for instance, through the psionic trait, if they ever show up, they tell you, you ask them, are you from the Shroud? And he says, we are very close to the Shroud. So if that's the case, he has no hull. Just take him out. Just take him out. Simple as that. And yeah, if you're able to muster a fleet this big, oh my god, just don't. If you're able to muster a 1 million fleet like I have right here, with battleships, go ahead by any means if you can. But if you don't and you're in trouble and you want to be able to get shit done, those were the only primary points I've explained that would make any sense whatsoever. So, For the Fallen Empire, yes, I forgot to mention one more thing. To fight against the Fallen Empire, it really is based on how well you can intercept his fleets, because he will have escorts or carriers, or battle cruisers in this case, that have a hangar bay. So if they have a hangar bay, right? You want to take out the hangars. So if you have more battleships or cruisers that can actually produce, you can produce fighters for cruisers, and then produce like one more fighter for battleships and then bombers. That'd be okay too, because they do have actually a very strong hull. In fact, they have pretty much all the research also. So you're pretty much following another empire that has all research completed. At that point, if you want to fight them, if you want to build something to destroy them, the best would be, at this point, neutron torpedoes, because your corvettes will be there first, so you want to destroy them.
Complete.
You want to destroy them as quickly as possible. You want to rip through their shields, so then your other ships will have a chance to actually penetrate their armor. And I'm talking about plasma cannons. So torpedoes for the shield, and plasma cannons for the hull. As for your destroyers, same thing. You want to do shield destroyers. You don't want to do large weapons. You won't be able to shoot fast enough. You'll drop too fast. So the best is just to try to destroy the shields as much as possible. In this case, it should be like... In fact, what I do is I usually put 2 phases and 3 plasmas. Just so that if the shields do drop to the Fallen Empire, and they always have shields, the rest will be taken care of with the gunship phase plasma cannons. The other one are your cruisers. Your cruisers will be also in torpedo mode, but they won't be... You actually can put them, actually. No, you can throw them in there, depending on how many you have, just to get to that shield. Because once you get to the shield, the neutron torpedoes will actually start doing the damage 180 to 330. Just you have to rip through those shields first. If you rip through the shields fast enough, then the torpedoes do their job, they do the damage. But best would be direct hits. You want them to drop hard and fast. You don't need this. You don't need Stormfire cannons. Stormfire cannons. The thing with Stormfire cannons is only large becomes more important. If they're small, their accuracy is way better, but they're just kinetic damage. They're just straight up damage. They're like pretty much shotguns in space. Close range is great. Long range is really bad. They're shotguns in space, literally. Gauss cannons, they're kinetic as well. So bullets, shields, yeah, you can put them, but only for large as well. But look at that, accuracy drops as well. Range is really terrible. Just terrible. So the best I would suggest is not these. You really want the phase cannons. Even though they're small, their accuracies would be always rather high. But just mix phase and plasmas. If you have the research, however, for phase, I think they're called disintegrators, you can replace the disintegrators automatically with everything. Because they automatically pierce through armor. They 50% penetration through shields. I don't have it here, unfortunately. They look like the phase disruptor, just their phase disintegrators. 50% armor ignoring, and actually let's go find an example. Let's go to main menu here. We're actually going to load the game in Henry we're playing, since it doesn't really matter. We're not going to be playing it anyways. It's not going to save until I start playing, but we're not going to be playing. So we're going to go here to our ship design. And phase, small matter disintegrators. Sorry, that was completely off. Small matter disintegrators. You will want to replace it with everything. They guarantee 50% armor and 50% shield penetration. You're pretty much hitting their health directly. That's why I say replace with all. You want everything replaced. And then your bombers and whatnot. This, however, I put kinetic because I will want to shred through flyers if there's any if there's any interceptors or the hangar defenses here. The fighters or bombers doesn't matter. These guys hit both. And if not, I would have put this just like that. That's what I would have done. All four. They do have slightly less accuracy, but by like 2%. They're nearly as perfect as they're going to get when they get bigger. But they track way less better. that was poor English. But as you can see, the accuracy is great, but tracking goes from 60 to 8 or to 5% even at longer ranges. So on small it's great. Medium is not so bad, but tracking is very, very touchy. But that is that for that. So yeah, we got pretty much all the research here. And I have psychic abilities, so I have my scientists with the extra research. This is if you're a psychic. So psychic will give you 10% research increase or its research buff, and the chosen one has a 20% if he's a scientist. If he's a governor, he's immortal, and well, he's always immortal, but he has like he has better unrest and other bonuses there. I don't remember. I would have to elect him, but I won't do it. And you get stuff like boons. So at this point I only have one boon, which is 30% influence gain. They do not stay permanently. They last a certain amount of time before they expire, as you see there, 1,020 days. But to be able to muster the strength to go back into the psionic field, it takes 1,500 days each time. And you get to contact the Shroud. The Shroud will tell you, okay, what do you want to do? And if there's they give you chances. So if it's green, that means you have a higher chance, low probability of getting caught or failing. If it's red, it's usually a very high probability of failing. And yellow means it's 50-50, really. That's usually what it is. So that is that for that explanations. Sectors. I didn't really get into sectors much, but when it comes to sectors, it's very straightforward. You tell the sectors what you want it to do, and if you want to know how to split them up, you split them up according to what you feel you need most of. So, few planets, let's say you are lacking a little bit in minerals and stuff, but you're doing a superb job in credits, just look for your sector. Look for your sector does credits. So for instance, since I have this guy as credits as my Terraznid sector, you look for it, and you see, okay, he has so much of it. What's his upkeep? What does he do? And I said Terraznid, right? Or Terraz Prime. There you go. So Terraz Prime is 11 planets, 63. And he's making an average of 96 minerals, 96 credits. But I see he's doing about 66 minerals also. I decided to change him for research, because I was like, I need research points. So I adjust the entire species to make that happen. Don't forget though, if you make sectors and you have factions that require happiness based on all governance. Where's that guy who needs governance? I believe this was royalism. Yeah, here you go. Regional governance. So he's not happy because not everyone has a governor. And this is where it becomes a little fishy. Governance doesn't mean you have to have governors on your planet. It just means the sectors have to have a governor. So if I put the governor here, for instance, he's there now. Everyone has a regional governance. If I go back now to the faction, he will be happy. Plus 2%. Happier. That's generally the crux of that. This guy I can actually suppress. Get lost. So, That's the general walkthrough Stellaris. Weapon-wise, however, that is literally the builds you want to go for. I've never played so much against the Unbidden, but when I played the first time when I brought all the battleships, I realized, hey, my battleships are getting hit so fast that it's like Corvettes, they drop like flies. So might as well build mass Corvettes, since if they die one shot, I don't really care. It's really easy to rebuild another one. They do drop faster though, which is something I can't control. But there's a lot more I can build of them, and a lot more that can get in there and do as much damage as possible. Of course, these are your strategic resources as well, what I was talking about earlier, that give you bonuses to your empire along with your ships as well. So, if there's anything else, that is really all for the walkthrough, especially for the battleships. If there's still questions or unknown answers, I guess, if you're not sure or you haven't understood or if you don't know yet what weapons you should use, just leave a comment and I will try to answer at the best of my abilities. So that will be it for the stream. Actually, I'm gonna take a break from Stellaris. As Henry was passing out already, he was extremely tired. He did 36 hours of that. But I am gonna be done for tonight as well, since there was a lot of stuff to think about. Especially Stellaris is not a game you can take in all in one whiff. It's really, really, really complicated. Oh, one more thing. I forgot also about naval capacity. Your naval capacity has a base of 10. Every single time you put points into it, it will grow by I believe 5 to 10 more fleet capacity. As you can see, base of 10 from pops. Every single time I add an upgrade, so details for instance, ship modifier, ship build speed 115%, colony ship build, battleship cost, mining station, ship upkeep minus 10%. So if I were to hover around with my ship here, it'll cost 10% cheaper. Orbit modifier, station modifier, fire rate 225, naval capacity 95%. So it's right now it's at 95% because I have, actually this one in particular has 95%. Now let's go to the other one that doesn't have that much. See, he's technically almost maxed. Let's go to another one here that doesn't have a level 6 starport. He's still building though. Oh, here we go. That's a basic one. You can't get anything more basic than that. So let's go to details here. Naval capacity 95%. Maintenance of 3 for the starport. Combat stats. Mining build, mining station, ship cost, ship build speed. Alright, so base is 10. And honestly, when you build to level 6, they all go up by about 6 to 10 more naval capacity. That's actually not true, because there was a 12, and when I built to full, it goes to 23-ish or 22. I believe it goes up 10 more points if you put upgrades into it. So a total of 10 points added for each slot increased. So average of 1 to 2 points for your naval capacity. The more you have, the better. But I think later when you get the upgrades, that's why I'm getting a little confused with math. Because eventually if you get upgrades for lower upkeep and more naval capacity, it actually affects all the starports at once. So in fact, this starport who can level up, let's actually take a look here. Let's go options, settings, autosave to cloud off, autosave never for now. It's like that. If we upgrade, we will see it. Resume. So we're gonna upgrade him. Why not? Because we can. So right now we're at 1710. Hopefully it doesn't move at all.
Construction complete.
Just to give us a more concrete amount of how much it rises. 1710 now. We're gonna wait until this hits 0 because maybe there's other colonies that are building more stations. But this is your station. If you go over the amount or your cap limit, it starts adding percentages and starts taking percentages away from your credit and upkeep mineral line revenue. So that's that. Sectors as well. If you have a total 4-on-4 sectors, you won't lose any efficiency, but as soon as you have one efficiency over the limit and more, it actually adds per each core system you're over, that's how much it will increase by percentage, by 10%. So it's 10% per each core world that you have over the limit. So in this case, if it was 5-on-4, it'd be 10%. If it was 6-on-4, it'd be 20%, so on and so forth. Because I'm 2 times over, 3 times over, 4 times over. One planet over, 2 planets over, and stuff like that. Not 2 times over, because it's not exponential. So we'll wait for this. So we're at 16, 17, 16. We'll see how much it goes. On
Special project complete.
Whatever. We didn't save it, so it doesn't matter. 17, 16, 79. So it goes up by 3.
Complete.
3 times every single tile. So 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It goes up 15 naval capacity each time. Which 15 means 1 battleship and like 90% of another. So it's 8 per battleship, 4 per cruiser, 2 to destroyer, 1 corvette. Wish I can use that one actually as a save. So that will be it for Stellaris' walkthrough. If there are any more comments, people play differently, so I'm not the optimal one. But that's literally all I could really offer as information based on how efficient, the best efficiency and the best build strategies, if you want to call it that way. This is for everybody, new for people who are just started playing and for people who have total amount of experience in it. The best experience though is just to get your hands on it and try it out. So without further ado, I wish you guys a good stream and a good night, and enjoy Stellaris.